All right, we are live. My name's Carson Hughes. I'm here with Jerem and Dillian. We are doing our society project. This is a project where there's a group of like 30 of us that are acting as senators, creating laws for a hypothetical society. Okay, so something, I think this is going to be one of the most foundational conversations for this project because it sets the stage for everything. Um, so,
Yeah. By the
uh,
way, I
uh
yesterday I wanted to make a proposition in terms of how we determine the loss. So,
okay.
should I do it now, maybe, or I can do it later? It's gonna be short.
Um, yeah. Go ahead and do that now, and then I'll bring up the hypothetical.
All right. So, one of the best things I like in our current system, which is, I guess, capitalism, is that you have this power to sort of vote with your money, and it's kind of an immediate vote and it has an immediate effect. I mean, I personally believe that that's the most powerful vote you can have, and the one thing I like is that it has an immediate effect. And so, could we do something in this society that would have a similar effect, sort of like a poll of laws that have been proposed, where everybody can just change their vote anytime, and we don't have a big event for each law that we have to vote for it.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, so sort of how I picture it is anybody can change their vote at any point. And so one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to compile all of your guys' votes. So we've voted 3 times, and so I'll have a thing where it'll say Dillian, and it'll have a list of everything we voted on and what you voted for them on, and I can send that back to you guys so you guys can have a reminder of how you voted. And if at any point, even if we don't bring it back up as a new vote, that you go, oh, I actually want to change my vote on a thing, which somebody did the other day. They sent me a thing just saying, I looked into it further and I changed my abortion stance. Um,
Yeah, because we
I,
can have
yeah.
conversations and they're gonna have immediate effect after we convince someone, or we get convinced.
Exactly. So if anybody changes at any point, like today, you guys can send like information in that you're changing your stance, and then that changes immediately. I change it in the my main document that shows what the votes are, and I change it on the website too. And if enough people like change their minds that it flipped, that it made it illegal, I would just announce that it was made now
Mm.
the the outlawing something got overturned.
Yeah,
And so there's
and
that. Yeah.
maybe there could be something with the legal, uh, topics like the legal abortion, I guess, age of the baby could be
Hmm.
something like the legal age that we had, where you would just get the average of what the voters voted for.
Yeah, that's what I did initially. So we had the options
Those
of cons-
non-binary topics,
what's that?
the non-binary topics, I guess.
Mm. Yeah, well, so it's complicated. I think it's better to be more specific, but it's harder to be specific unless you know like what the average is of our society. So initially with the abortion one, and it's about to change actually, but let me look at it real quick. So the options were conception, 12 weeks, which is sentience, 20 weeks, which is viability, and then abortions all the way up till birth. And the majority was sentience, so 12 weeks, which was 10 people. But the if you add together the viability and the birth people, it's actually 14. Um, so separately, it makes it look like anything after sentience was not popular. But if the people that want to allow it before birth prefer it at 20 weeks, them combined would be more votes than sentience. But the people that want it at conception, those people would prefer it probably at 12 weeks than 20 weeks. So then that number will go up. So that's why the newest proposition on abortion I put was to see if the majority wanted 20 weeks. And if they don't, then that makes it fall back to the popular 12. And then anybody can propose something at any point. with that one, since it's such a range of numbers and like the age of adulthood and that kind of thing, anything can be proposed if somebody thinks that they have a good argument or a good, if there's a good study that came out that they want to share with everybody. Somebody can say, hey, instead of voting on if abortion is 12 weeks or 20 weeks, can we have a proposition of it being 16 weeks? And then, unless we have too many propositions, then yeah, that would just get sent forward and we'd vote on it.
Okay.
So yeah, and then if anybody has any ideas of propositions they want to send forward, they can. But yeah, changing votes at any point is fine. If I haven't sent out a thing reminding you of what you voted for, but like you were on the fence on something, it'll be good. You could ask me like, "Hey, what did I vote for on this thing?" And one thing, I don't know if it came across as clear. I think I was just dumb initially and didn't think about it. But there was a case. Let me show you. Maybe it was. Oh yeah, it was the forced breeding of animals. So there was 15 yeses to outlaw the forced breeding of animals, but there was 13 no's and 2 undecided. And I didn't think about it initially, but undecided should obviously count as no's. Even though I want that one outlawed, actually, undecided should count as no's because if we have 30 people and we're seeing if 50% of them want to enact a law, it has to be 15% or 50% of the total people, not just 50% of the yes or no votes. Because if that weren't the case, then if 30 people were voting and 25 were undecided, and then there was like 4 yeses and 1 no's, we wouldn't give it to the yeses. It would be that well under 50% of us senators did not vote it in, because us being undecided means, okay, yeah, we're not gonna pass that because more than 50% are undecided. Does that make sense and seem like how you
But
guys would think it
but
would
hold
go?
on. Why would you have it 50% of all people and not 50% of votes?
Um, Well, I think it would be important that everybody votes. I don't think like so in Congress there's like 100 U.S. senators in Congress. If anybody steps back and doesn't vote, I think their vote essentially it counts as a no to not vote, right? Or at least that's what would make sense in my
I don't
mind.
know, but it it just doesn't make sense to me. Because if these people, change their minds after a conversation, they can just uh, switch, and it could go from a
Okay.
yes or ban to a
So,
no.
in a wild hypothetical where it's we're trying to outlaw something, let's just say something random. Let's say we're seeing if we want to outlaw gay marriage or something, and for some reason everybody's undecided, and so one person says yes, outlaw it, and 29 people say undecided. Would we say, oh, 100% of the voters of yes or no vote said to outlaw it, so we outlaw it?
I don't think that if a law is if everybody sees that a law is going to be dependent on one vote, everybody's gonna be undecided. But if it happens, I guess we could just not change the current stance and maybe say that there needs to be a minimum percentage of voters that need to vote in order to change the law from where it was.
Gotcha.
And
So
maybe that could be like at least 50% of voters need to vote on it.
Okay. Jerem, what were you thinking?
yeah, so I don't think I hold the view that undecided is a no. Um,
Okay.
yeah, it seems like it's neither a yes or a no. Like hypothetically, uh, if we all voted undecided, um, then we'd have to revote. Um, I don't think that like counts as a like it didn't pass. It just means that like it was like a tie. Um,
Okay.
I guess in the mind of the person that's undecided, it's like a tie. So I don't think it should shift in any of the. I
Do you
mean,
think there's a
that
certain
that's the
number?
function undecided, it's you basically don't want to influence the vote.
Okay. No, that makes sense. That's a good point. Do should there be a certain number? So Dillian, you said at least 50% of the senators have to vote yes or no. If there's over
Yeah, but
50% undecided, then we say we're gonna hold back on voting on that until more
yeah,
people are
but
decided.
50% is kind of a random number. True, it doesn't have to be 50, but
Okay. Jerem, what do
some
you think? Would it matter what percent? Like my example I gave, if one person says yes and 29 say undecided, would that law go through, or does there need to be a certain amount of votes?
One says yes, and I mean, if we're going with popular vote, an undecided counts as both yes and no, and then if there's one extra yes, then I think it passes.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I guess we can put that to a vote as well, or just kind of get a feel for what people are, or see what this fellow senators say responding to this. I can bring it up in the next talk too, because I'll be talking to
but
three
I
others.
just
So.
want to say for topics such as the legal age, where we get the I guess the average.
Hmm.
There is a difference between an undecided person being both yes and no, or being neither yes or no, because then when you're taking the average, you're gonna wait. No, okay. What I said just makes no sense.
Just do the average,
I
yeah.
just I realized it. Yeah,
And then once you have an average, like we did with abortion, we got the average, and then the age, we got the average. Then now at this point, anything else will be a future vote. So we will never do the average again for age of adulthood, but we could propose that age of adulthood becomes 20, and then put it to a vote, or propose that it's 18 and put it to a vote. So the averages will just be a handful of initial topics. But yeah, okay, yeah, let's ponder that further, how we want that voting to work, and see what the rest of the guys think. Because yeah, no, you both make good points. Have it if as long as you have 50% of the people voting, then that removes some of the issue. But Jerem makes a great point that if somebody knowing that they're undecided is potentially benefiting something being allowed, then they might be careful with how they're undecided. Like when I was talking about legalizing cocaine, I put undecided because I am on the fence. But if I'm on the fence and I'm worried about a risk, I might not put undecided. I might be undecided and put no, or I might be undecided and put yes if I'm willing to take the risk. But yeah, yeah. So we'll think that. Okay, okay. So I think I'll hop over to the hypothetical for the state versus federal conversation. If you guys are ready for that. Okay, so let's imagine this is a wild hypothetical. Um, let's imagine that what led to this society project we're doing is that there was a huge like world disaster, hurricanes, all this stuff, and all of land got covered in water except for North America. So alls we have in existence in the world besides water is like Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. But
and so
everything.
I'm dead.
What's that? Yeah, well,
So
you were on a boat or a door like on Titanic, and you floated over here, so you're good. Um, but like, so everything man-made is destroyed. We don't even have something that we think of as like borders existing. All technology is destroyed. It's just humans wake up, and there's whatever, there's a couple 100 million humans, and they're exactly where they were, except some people from Bulgaria are over here now, and everything has to be decided. There's no laws, there's no whatever. So our group, for whatever reason, is the group creating laws. So one thing that I think would be very important to figure out is, why would we want there to be a certain amount of governmental authority over a certain set of land? So if we have all of North America, would the best thing to do be split it into three chunks like Canada, US, and Mexico? Or would it be better to have something like how we might view the US government in charge of Canada and Mexico? Do we want to look at situations where like Mexico right now has a big like drug problem? Would Mexico benefit from being controlled by the US or Canada or something like that? And then if we do view it that we think it makes sense to split it up by land size or population size, then we'd want to say, okay, so if we have Canada, U.S., and Mexico, do we think that the splitting it up into states with states having separate power, do we view that as kind of silly and unneeded, or awesome and we want more power for states? So how about Jerem? You go first.
Um, well, I do see some value in splitting things up in the same way that like you don't have Mr. Walton managing all of the Walmarts. But I do see value in having the having a CEO of Walmart, right? Where you have all these people. You can have like managers of the different stores, and you can have like regional managers, and everything's kind of split up. But at the end of the day, uh, the sort of rules of Walmart are created by uh, the CEO, and I see that similar to like a country where yeah, it can be beneficial to have states or to have different sections of land um, just for like management purposes. Um, but I think overall, like um, there should be some power that can like overturn like something that a state would decide.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers the question, but
No, it does, and it's a tough question. I have no idea where I stand on it. But yeah,
Yeah.
Dillian, what do you got?
So before I answer, I want to ask you two questions about your hypothetical. The first one is the easier one. What is the population that survived? Like how many people?
For fun, let's just go with the actual amount. North America, I'm guessing like 300
Well,
million.
everybody survives in North America.
Yeah, we could imagine a bunch died and then some came over from elsewhere. Um, let's just say 100 million,
100 million.
which is
And the
about the
second
population of the
question,
U.S. Yeah.
yeah, the second question is, if people survived, I think there are technologies that are more resilient to, I guess, cataclysmic events than people are. So I'm not sure if all technology will survive. So
You
there
have to
should be
accept the
some kind of.
hypothetical.
It's like you don't have hammers. Hammers were destroyed, and axes.
Um, yep.
It's like a steel axe with a steel pipe was destroyed, but humans survived.
We'll just say all paper, computers, all remnants of laws are gone, and so everything's going to be decided again. So we're all deciding, like we're essentially everybody's living in the wild, and we're all going to be deciding like, okay, let's get back to having a society with structure. Because for a little bit we could say, hey, let's just live out in the wild and be a free for all. But then once there's all the murders and the rapes and all that stuff, we'll say like, okay, we need to have some laws and have a place where the bad guys go. So yeah, we don't have to worry about hammers and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I guess in a crisis, I would say it's not very wise to forcefully, intentionally force separation, but it would probably happen naturally. It would be more of a tribal society, I guess, if that happens.
What do you think the population element should be? Like, let's say everything was destroyed except Bulgaria, since you're used to Bulgaria, um, and you have 7 million people there right now. Do you think that if people wanted, are there different states or anything like that in Bulgaria?
Um, there, no.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
if
there
you
are
commit a
regions.
crime in like so regions, if you commit a crime in one region and then you do the same crime in a different region, would it be the same outcome, same punishment?
Yeah, it
Okay,
would be.
okay. Yeah, that's slightly different here. Like here, we have different things like in
Yeah, I
different
know.
in different states. There's different things like age of consent or age of various different things happen depending on where you live. Okay, so what if in Bulgaria, some people there wanted to split it off into four sections? Would you think it would make sense to have an overarching government that has a like a set constitution that has the country's overall laws, but then leaves a portion of the laws up to the four separate states? Or do you think there's no reason to do that?
I think there's no reason to force that, but if it happens to happen, then maybe just for avoiding conflict, if it's going to be too much, we could allow it to happen. But I don't see a reason to force that.
Gotcha. Okay. Really quick, Miranda in the comments here said, I think that undecided over 20% should speak to working out the proposed law a little further. Nothing should be passed with undecided of 20% because 1 out of 5 don't understand. Don't understand or don't have an official answer. That's a very good point as well. Though I guess the only problem is if somebody felt undecided enough. Well, I'm just trying to think because like I wouldn't want my undecided vote to help something pass. But yeah, no, that's interesting. But that's awesome that this person shared their thoughts because I'm hoping at some point this project can get big enough to have like an audience of a couple hundred or a couple thousand people that want to participate as citizens and propose laws themselves. And I think it'd be cool if like the laws we vote on are what people say when they look at our list of laws and go, well, what about this? So thank you for participating, Miranda. And then Contrarian 420 also has thrown out a bunch of different ideas on laws. Okay, so Jerem, after hearing what Dillian said, do you have any other thoughts on splitting off what's allowed? I guess we can look at like the Canada, U.S., Mexico element. If right now all the lawmakers are gone for all of those, and us 30 people are deciding what we want to do, let's say we had it up to a vote. Do us 30 control the U.S.'s borders, or would we say like we might as well just control the whole continent?
Um, I mean, kind of like I said before, I think borders are kind of just help for like management reasons, but I do
Mhm.
think there should be like I think like we should control at the end of the day we should have power over Mexico and Canada. Yeah.
Mm. Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, I think in political situations like this is just might makes right. So if we can't do it, then we're not gonna do it. Like
Hmm.
control them. It's like it's a freaking apocalypse, and we're just deciding what how much to control. It's
Yeah.
like either nobody's gonna listen to us, or
Hmm.
if we can do it, we will do it.
Yeah. Well, we can also imagine like what if somebody wanted to do it today? Like what if the U.S. said like imagine when the different countries joined World War II to stop the Nazis and the Japanese. Um, Now, in one sense, a bunch of different countries were saying you guys get to control yourselves. You're your own country, but you can't kill 6 million Jews. So we're going to come in and stop you. So we kind of have this overarching, like similar to like a federal law for a country. There's a planet law for you can't kill 6 million people of one race, and but everything else goes. Like the U.S. doesn't try to control Germany's other laws. Like so, would we find it bizarre if a big country like the U.S. like what if today? What if right now President Biden comes out and says, we've decided we are going to overtake Mexico. If they want to join us, that's great. If they want to fight us, we'll fight until we own it. And then now on the map, the U.S. will be all of the U.S. and Mexico because we think they have too much of a drug problem and need better drinking water or something. I don't know. And like, so what would we think about that? I think that kind of thing might help us figure out what we'd want to do in our own.
So I personally wouldn't be in the favor of the U.S. in doing that. It would be, hmm, it would be, I guess, even a worse excuse than Russia invading Ukraine right now,
Okay.
because their excuse is that they're denazifying it, which, yeah, I don't know how true that is, but it's definitely a better excuse than, well, they do too many drugs.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Um, and is the reason why we would be against the U.S. doing that to Mexico or Russia to Ukraine is just because it already exists? Like what if it didn't? What if the area that's Ukraine nobody owned for some reason? It was invisible to everybody until now, and then some people wandered on it and said, "We want this," and then somebody from Russia wandered on it at the same time and are like, "Oh, we want this." Is there a reason? Like, should any of this be based on population, anything like that? And another thing that I want to add to that contrarian 420 said in here is that it kind of sounds like we're talking about representatives because so like in the U.S. There's 50 states and every state has two senators, but every state has representatives based on population. So there's like a certain number of how many people a representative represents, and then so a small state like Rhode Island would have like I don't know like 5 representatives, but something like California would have like 50 representatives, and so essentially, there's a lawmaker that is going to be voted in by the public based on the amount of humans, and the humans will vote somebody in based on their personal wants, the laws they want to see change. Um, do we see a reason to have separate states where the representatives affect that state, and then the state affects the country, or would we just want a country, the United States, where there's representatives representing chunks of people, but like if somebody was proposing to do away with states and the U.S. was just the U.S. without state borders or anything and no state control, every law, if you shoplift in California, it's no different than if you shoplift in Texas. Like every state, like the representatives will help shape the country, but the states won't have their own laws. Would we vote in favor of that or against that?
Um,
In favor of states having their own laws,
Yeah.
or yeah, I would say against that. I think that um, separation, I guess, separation when it comes to enforcement is a good thing because it's basically impossible to manage so many people at once. But when it comes to law, it should be based on morality, and that's it should be, I guess, kind of universal. But when I think about it further, it's more like you would be The reason you would have this separation, I guess, a reason you would have the separation would be to kind of experiment with laws and see which works better. So you can have, regions with different laws, and it's not just a monolith.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, like so say since you're used to Bulgaria,
we're
say
set on the ethics. I guess it would be better to have a more unified thing. But if we're not, and we need to experiment, then I guess we should be separated.
yeah, like what if Bulgaria was if you picture it split into four, just like picture a
Yeah,
cross right in the middle. If it just so happened that the population in the northeastern side of Bulgaria happened to all be against legalizing cocaine, they really just don't want cocaine to exist in their area. But the other three were totally fine with cocaine being legalized. And then in like the southwest chunk of Bulgaria, let's say they were super religious and like didn't want gay marriage. They didn't want, they wanted their laws to reflect their Bible or something. Like, would we see reason to say, okay, these areas get to make their own laws as long as there's overarching laws that say you can't sacrifice babies to the sun gods and stuff like that. Or
yeah,
is
yeah.
there
That makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah. Like I like the idea of there being separate states and state laws, and it's a good way to experiment too. Like a state can try something out. Like people talk about legalizing different drugs. If one state just tried out legalizing cocaine, we could see what happens. Like how many kids will it affect? How will it affect crime and stuff like that? And
Don't
then
you
if
have
it if,
one
if it goes
state that
horrible,
basically has almost all drugs legalized? Not sure which one it is, but I think I've heard something like that.
yeah.
Do
Um,
you?
I'm not sure. I know weed is legalized in probably about 10 of the 50 states, but I'm not sure about other drugs.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's tricky. I don't know where the cutoff would be because so many laws are just based off individual morals and they change over time. And it seems like, at least from my mind, they change in a positive way over time. Like we can see when slavery ended, we can see when women started getting rights, we can see when in the 1960s they started letting interracial marriage happen. In 2013, gay marriage is legalized. It seems like there's a lot of progress happening, but in any given day, anybody's reasoning for something is just based off their individual morals. So, in a
Yeah,
sense, I want a government to say, no, you can't let your religions dictate what humans do and whatnot. But, like, any of our moral opinions can be viewed almost as a religion of sorts. It's just not one with a deity. So, yeah.
yeah. I changed my mind on this. I guess if you're not in a crisis, uh, because you gave that apocalyptic scenario, and I guess if you are in a crisis, you would want to be a little more unified. But
Mm.
if you're not, then you would like to have different states that experiment, and then if something is, if people see that something is really bad or really good, then they're gonna pass it as a more universal law across states. It's gonna go up on a, what do you call it, federal level, or yeah.
There are a couple good points here in the comments. So Miranda said, if technology is null and void, all of it is kind of moot because communication will limit jurisdiction.
Yeah,
So,
that's a big
um,
thing.
so it probably would have to be a thing unless people were riding out on horses or whatever, which we don't want in our society.
I mean, we're,
Um,
we're still gonna be a very tribal society if all technology
Yeah.
is
Well,
gone.
we could imagine that we create technology right back. We get everything back and running. The idea of the hypothetical was just to paint a picture of like why there's a new set of people creating laws. And then the contrarian 420 said, must there be any representatives at all? With tech, you could allow all the citizens to vote without representation. So, what if the government imposed the laws, but instead of there being senators like there are now, I don't know what they call senators in Bulgaria. What are they? What are you?
Uh, um, so senator, I guess,
Just the lawmaker title.
ministers.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
in the UK it's prime minister, something like that. But anyways,
yeah. We just have an AI decide everything for
yeah.
us.
Well, what if we had so a group of people that were the government that made sure everything was enacted, but just how everybody can vote on president? Do either of you think that every citizen should just vote on everything? Like if we were voting on gay marriage or marijuana or all these things, would we want to leave it up to like either the majority or any percentage of just every citizen, or do we think it's important to have lawmakers?
No, I think we should have representatives. Um, it's the like in the same way of like there's like uh the whole example of like um you have the sailors who uh sails the ship, not the people on the ship. Um, I think yeah, we want to have some representatives that actually like know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree because, well, I think,
That actually know what they're doing.
yeah, well, and it's tricky to know exactly what that means. But in my mind, if there is a profession that is a politician, you go to school for it. Usually it's law related. You go to law school, you understand how the law works, and your life is dedicated to that. Like you have an understanding of it that your average person doesn't have the time to. I have a little too much time on my hands currently because of my setup I have, so I'm able to research all the things of politics. But your average person working full time, probably, unless it's their biggest passion and hobby, they probably don't have time to look into foreign affairs and look into all the different, like how tariffs work and all the different elements of taxation and different things. And so for a random person on the street to just say, oh, my vote should mean something. Oh, our taxes are going to funding NASA. I don't even care about a NASA. Okay, no, there. And and so to have somebody that can like look at the world and look at our goals as humans, to recognize NASA is always my go-to because I feel like your average person would say, like, why waste any money on NASA? But our politicians can recognize that we can care about our future, we can care about innovation, we can care about finding life elsewhere, and these various different things.
And also spend 10 times more money on the military.
Well, yeah, and that's another tricky thing. Maybe we should have better politicians or different politicians that would spend less on the military and more on something else. But what I can tell you for sure is I wouldn't care if somebody told me $1 million was spent on the military or $1 trillion. That number, I couldn't get it through my head what that means. Like, is that too much? Is that too little? How much is our military needed? Like, it's just such a big thing. Like the idea of this thing, like if we were to be invaded the way like Russia's invading Ukraine, a military seems pretty important. But knowing the dollar amount and having to compare that to the taxation amount of your country and then comparing that to the debt amount of your country, these are just numbers that us regular citizens can't really think through. Which is why when I'm passionate about a political topic, it's usually something that's, first of all, more philosophical and ethical, like something like circumcision or abortion. I want to learn more about value of the military and cost and stuff like that. But I like if somebody asked me like, hey, do I think they should spend 1 billion on the military or 82.5 billion on the military? Like I'd be like, I don't know, what are they buying? What are the outcomes? How is it different this year from 10 years ago? And so I think it's very important to not have random random people that us three and the rest of our group probably care more about politics than your average random person on the street. And for them to decide, oh, let's pull funding out of the military and put it into schools. That's probably a great idea, but I don't know if we know that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of content with the, I guess, the mechanism which gives the average person some kind of power over, what's decided or what's not decided, which is, I guess, the supply and demand. You can boycott things, you can buy things which you agree with, you can do activism, you can, uh, I guess, sponsor people that do activism, but it's not. It, yeah, it's quite a bit, but not as much as I would like to, in terms of power each person has.
Mm.
Uh, one example I would give to the U.S. is the government bailouts for dairy. It's basically impossible to boycott dairy because dairy farmers are incentivized to produce more and more dairy, and the government just buys it. And I think your government buys it in the form of cheese, and they just store it in giant caves.
Mm.
And it's, yeah, that's pretty bad. But once
Yeah. I
once
don't know
it's
all the details, but I know it's connected with schools too. Like billions will be put into dairy and then the milk cartons will be sent to schools and it's basically kids are forced to take a milk and if they say they don't want it, they're just told to throw it away. There's a weird subsidy with the US and milk for sure.
yeah, it's so I don't know too much about it, but as far as I know, it has to do with the Second World War, where milk was seen as the superfood, and it was produced in greater amounts. That's when the government subsidies started coming in. But when the war ended, there was no such demand, and the dairy farmers weren't happy with that, and so the government just kept on subsidizing them and expanding dairy for, I guess, no good justifiable reason. It's just the situation was like this, and once you started it, it's very difficult to stop. So it's like everything in the US is capitalism except the dairy industry, that's communism.
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, luckily in our society, we can decide if we want subsidies to go towards anything. That'll be an interesting topic. Okay, we got Travis in here. I always forget Travis isn't part of our messenger group. And so when I said if anybody else wants to join, that didn't go out to him. So, Travis, if you're willing to join Messenger to be part of our group on there, that'd be great. But emails are totally fine. There's a few people that aren't on there. Um, oh,
Travis, you're
oh,
muted.
hello. Oh, there he is.
Can you
Um,
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yes.
you now. Hey, before we get Travis, before we get your take on the state versus federal, I want to get your take on something we talked about earlier. We were talking about so initially when I was tracking the votes, it would just be whatever had more yes or no's, and then it popped into my mind that undecided should count as no's because in my mind you'd want the 51% of the vote to be 51% of people saying yes or no to something. And so I imagine somebody staying out wouldn't help a positive vote. But we have a difference of opinion here. So Dillian was saying that at least 50% of the voters have to say yes or no. And then Jerem was saying that it doesn't really matter what percentage, that the undecideds just don't count as anything. So if we were voting to pass something like, say, outlawing gay marriage, if one person said yes, no people said no, and 29 people said undecided, It's the idea of, do we pass it because the majority of yes or no's was yes? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say that undecided votes, I would just count that as basically the same as not casting a vote at all.
But how would that so should the majority be 51% or more in as a yes or a no vote, including the not. So, like in that case, out of 30 of us, if only one voted yes or no and everybody else was undecided, would that one person essentially make the law or not? Also,
Yeah, I would say so.
okay, another thing to keep in mind that I think is a good point that Miranda says in the comments is if 20% or more of us senators vote undecided, that it either means that the proposition is misunderstood or not known about enough, that maybe the vote should be halted until people are decided. What would your thoughts be on that?
Yeah, I mean, if a bunch of people are confused about the, oh, I guess it kind of depends because if a bunch of people are confused about the proposition, then I think it makes sense to halt it. But if people are just voting undecided because they just don't know what their opinion is on it, even if they understand the proposition, I wouldn't say it should be halted because of that.
Okay. Yeah, maybe there can
My
be a
problem
third.
though with yeah,
I'll go for it.
well, my problem with counting uh undecided, having it like count against a proposition is I take like casting an undecided vote to basically be saying, well, I'm not really expressing a view one way or the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't really make sense for it to count as no. Like if you wanted to cast a no vote, why not just cast no?
Yeah, I guess I imagined it as a way of specifying, especially if we make our votes known, like it can feel better to say like I'm like I can accept I don't know much about a certain topic. Like let's say something like puberty blockers. I might lean one way or another, but I don't know enough about it that I want to kind of sit out. But if it's affecting if something should be legal or not, I guess I just feel like if currently there's no laws, if we just have everything's free for all, then we can decide, okay, we want murder to be stopped. And we'd probably have 100% unanimous, pointless murder should be stopped. But once it gets into the ideas of outlawing things and saying you are not allowed to do this, like gay people can't get married or something like that, I guess somebody that was undecided that didn't want that to become illegal would probably just put no anyways. But I guess I imagined there has to be like a stronger like majority push to make something illegal. Not necessarily more than 50%, but I guess I imagined it would be the 51 or more percent of the amount of us, the amount of people that are voting on every topic. But I'm also very accepting of counting undecided as not voting at all.
I would say it should be 51% of or over 50% of the people who cast yes or no votes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And if everybody's aware of that, then and even at the end of everybody voting, what would you think if I reminded every undecided person, if you want your vote to affect it, then you could choose yes or no, or like, have you looked into it far enough to decide a vote?
Yeah, I mean, putting just like letting people know what the policy is. I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like counting it as no is unfairly tipping the scales against the people who are in favor of the proposition.
Mm. Yeah, which I
Because
wouldn't want to do. The only reason I lean towards that is because it would just be tipping towards something not passing in that moment. But it wouldn't be the other direction. It wouldn't be like I guess it potentially could be, but creating a law might be different than removing a law.
I mean, this thing would essentially remove the option of being neutral.
Yeah, for some reason I
Then
imagined
undecided
maybe that's how it
loses its
worked, but
meaning.
yeah. No. Fair point. Yeah, fair point.
I don't know what you mean. It would remove the option of being neutral.
I
Oh no,
mean,
he
because
meant what I was saying. He was agreeing with you.
undecided is basically know if that's a thing, and therefore, if you have no option to be undecided, it loses meaning. It's a no. So yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to answer a question here in the comments from Contrarian 420. If your representatives in a vegan corporation approached you and said, "Look, we have shared mission, just pass some laws that make it easier for the company to operate, and we spread veganism," it's like, if I could pass these laws, they would probably already have been passed. And if there are some new laws that I agree with, I mean, something that I haven't thought about but I agree with, then I guess I'll try to pass them. Yeah.
Okay, Travis, I'm going to catch you up really quick on what we were talking about because I think you missed the opening of this. But we're basically just deciding if it's important, like in the U.S., if there was a proposition to not have states anymore and just have everything be federal law, would that be good? Or the hypothetical I gave at the beginning of this was there was a natural disaster. Everything was destroyed except North America. So we had Canada, US, and Mexico, but all man-made stuff was destroyed. So there's no laws. We have the memory of what borders used to look like. But if us 30 people were deciding, hey, do we want to just control this entire continent? Do we want the land that's like the U.S. and we'll let whoever's in the spots of Canada and Mexico do their own thing? Like, do you think there's reason to have things split up in where California will have different laws than New York City, or do you think all laws should kind of cover everywhere?
I don't think that I necessarily have a view on that.
Okay.
That I favor one over the other.
Gotcha. Well, let's look at something kind of simple to look at, like Roe v. Wade. So when Roe was passed, it was federally no states could prevent a woman from getting an abortion before. At the time of Roe, it was 28 weeks, and so when it got overturned, now it's up to the states. So some states say 6 weeks, and some say up until birth. Do you think that it's good that states can each control their own laws like that? Or do you think there's some laws that should be that if there were a big controlling government, that it's actually better for them to put those laws through?
I mean, I definitely do think that I'd prefer there to be federal laws in some cases, laws that apply to the entire country. But that more depends on the specific law than like the specific issue.
Okay, well, let's say Roe. So you want abortion to be a cutoff of approximately 12 weeks. Is that a topic that you think it would be good if the whole country had that law, or is that a type of law that you think would be best left up to states?
Yeah, I mean, if it's that law, then I'd prefer it. I'd prefer that be implemented nationally.
Okay.
But say that we had a government in place that wanted to federally outlaw abortion at conception, then I'd probably prefer each states be able to, like, some states be able to have it up to 12 weeks than like having it all states it be at conception.
Yeah, like that idea is kind of why I think things being up to states is important, because like it couldn't be up to a state or federal based on the outcome being what each of us might like. Like I like the idea that the federal says free speech exists. You have you have free speech, and the government can't control your speech. And I think there's some things like that. Like if one state decided, let's say Alabama decided that if somebody makes fun of your mother, you're allowed to kill them. I think federally it should be decided, no, you killed them. We're stopping Alabama from letting from letting people kill people because they made fun of their mother. But I like the idea of almost all laws being control, like every smaller groups having control. I don't like the idea of it just being communities, like 100 people can decide their own laws. But as long as it's within reason, like if people had like open carry laws, or you know, I don't know, just different laws on like taxation.
Well, I was speaking to Jerome about this the other day. It's like, it's just going to depend on what the outcomes are. Like, if the federal government wants to pass good laws and implement good, if they want to pass laws that are good and implement it nationally, then I'd be in favor of it. But if they want to implement bad laws nationally, then I prefer the states have control of that issue. Like,
I think that just naturally means that you want the states to have control then.
Yeah. So who decides what's good and bad?
me.
Me.
Okay,
True.
so you're the basically make Travis the state.
I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah, go for it.
well, I mean, it's because it's like I don't really like if you take the example of marijuana, for example. Like I prefer having states be in control of that and having some states illegal.
Oh, you might have cut out. Are you still there?
Control of the issue and like just banning it nationally and having it illegal in all states because the federal government has banned it and it is enforcing a federal ban. But I'd also prefer like a national legalization of it over like it's legal in some states and it's illegal in other states.
Yeah, I wonder if it has to just be a certain level of importance. Like, in my mind, I don't even know what the number would need to be, but like if every group of 5 million people basically had their own state and they elect their own people and whatnot. But I'm also okay with like the size of states that exist now. I like the idea of people having their own laws, and as long as everybody in the state is aware of what the laws are, but then the federal government would be able to veto certain things and say it's official, no slavery, and then each individual state wouldn't be able to do that. But I can't like make people agree with my stances. So like if one state wanted to outlaw gay marriage, like I think that's dumb. I don't think any laws should be based on religion or deities. But what's going to happen if we let the federal government decide something like that? What's going to happen if the federal government's majority becomes the opposite of that? And then they decide, okay, no gay marriage at all. At least if it was left up to states, there would be constantly like 40 of them allowing it, and people can decide where they want to live. Not that I'm saying gay marriage should be up for a vote. I'm glad that seems to be unanimously decided. It's just kind of religious examples are probably the easiest to use, that a majority whim could change people's freedoms, and I don't like the whims of the majority changing freedoms.
I mean, I guess in a situation like that, you'd have to take into account just like the practical likelihood of like we've already had same-sex marriage legalized nationally for a decent amount of time now. It's pretty popular
Mhm.
among the public. Is a like conservative government that comes into office really going to want to um, spend their political capital on like outlawing it nationally?
Yeah, probably not, and hopefully not. But yeah. Okay, so let's say so you said you didn't have too strong of a stance on it, but let's say that so we got Canada, U.S., and Mexico, but like it's just random people scattered after this disaster. There's no laws, there's no like real separation other than our memories of it. And the 30 of us are getting together and deciding, do we want to control all of North America, or do we want to pick a piece of land to control? Do we want to control one state or the entire U.S.? If you just had to decide off the top of your head right now, Travis, which way do you go?
Wait, so we have no laws at all?
Yeah, so like aside from the laws that we've us 30 in this project created, the hypothetical is like we the everything's destroyed and the only land that's left is North America, and us 30 people are deciding, hey, we feel like we have like people will listen to us, so we're going to be the senators, but we don't have a set amount of land. Like we could say, do we want to we basically get to decide. We could decide if in the same sense that today, like let's say Joe Biden could decide, I want to take over Mexico and make Mexico part of the U.S. because I think we can end their drug problem and this, that, or the other, and like human trafficking or something. Um, do you have reason to be for or against there being larger numbers of people and land controlled by smaller group?
By the way, I just wanted to say I think this hypothetical is it's not the best for this purpose. I think there would be a better hypothetical because just the devastation that you want to use for having lawlessness is it just brings so many more complications to it. And I
Mm-hmm.
guess a better hypothetical would be, let's just say we're 30 somewhat rich people and we want to buy a piece of land and tell a bunch of hippies like, do you want to live with us on this island? And
Mm-hmm.
we're just gonna make our own laws and have a country. And
Yeah.
now we're making the laws.
Yeah, either way, the hypothetical doesn't necessarily matter. It's just figuring out for our society, for the society project. I think you just have to imagine like the real world. Like, would we take issue with something like the whole world becoming one country? Would we take issue with a couple different countries combining to become one country? Would it be even better if the U.S. became 100 states instead of 50 states? um, that kind of thing.
I wouldn't have a problem with the whole world becoming a single country.
Okay. And then, if that were the case, would you think that the majority of the laws would just be official for everyone, and then separate areas could decide a few things like marijuana taxation, that kind of stuff, or would you be leaning towards in favor of all the decisions are for everyone?
Um, I'd probably lean in favor of like doing it nationally.
Okay. Okay.
You mean everything's like a monolith?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think generally I would lean in favor of like the federal government having more power.
Hmm. So I guess one thing that we discussed that is kind of against that, it's in favor of having things separated in states, which initially I was on your opinion, but then I kind of changed my opinion. If you have separated regions where you have different laws, you can essentially experiment with laws. And if, first of all, if you pass somewhere a law that's really detrimental and basically does some irreversible damage, it's not gonna be everywhere. It's gonna be a little more isolated. And the other thing is, you have more diversity of laws, and you can see what's good and what's not, what's actually good in practice and what's not. And then, if you see something that's really good, you just pass it on. Uh, I guess a world level, and if it's something really bad, then you pass a law against it on a world level.
Oh, but
Well,
that actually fit into what Travis said too, because if it's a world decided thing, then the government of the world could decide we're going to do a trial in this little county or this state like area, and then if it goes well, then we'll pass it in the world. Because if you let the world decide at any point, then the whole thing is a world choice.
I don't get.
You were
What?
saying like the state thing where I was saying like if California decided to legalize cocaine to see how it goes, and then if it goes horribly and a bunch of kids get cocaine and there's a whole bunch of addictions and health problems or something, then we can go, oh, that didn't work, and then outlaw it. But if it does work and it like it does away with a lot of drug issues like criminal issues, and it doesn't seem to be affecting kids at all, then maybe New York can have it as well. But if it's just the idea that California tries it and if it works out good, the U.S. legalizes it for the whole country, then essentially the California trial isn't allowing states to make their own choice. That California trial was a federal government finding a guinea pig. So if you're gonna say that there is a good or a bad, and the federal can decide it, then it's all kind of the same thing, unless you let separate individual states always be in charge of lesser things, lesser
Yeah,
removals
I
of
mean,
freedoms.
I think that separate individual states should be in charge of the lesser things, but we should learn, I guess, from each one of them. When
As long as the
there's
federal
something.
isn't learning, as long as the like I live in Oregon, which is the state right above California. If we saw what California did with cocaine, we could go, "Oh, we learned from it. They did the trial. It was a success. So now we're going to allow it too." But if the federal allows it federally, then I don't think it's playing out how we're imagining with the learning.
Yeah, but there might be some issues that you wouldn't want to let certain regions decide for themselves because they're just so, I guess, bad. You wouldn't want them
Yeah.
anyway. Like,
Yeah, like if there was a world government, we wouldn't want to let Saudi Arabia do female circumcisions, right? Something like that.
yeah, or just I guess Saudi Arabia or maybe New York decides that they'll have witch hunts and they want to legalize that and they want to burn women alive.
Hmm.
And it's like maybe there should be a law that prevents a state from making such a decision.
Yeah.
yeah,
Travis, were you going to say something?
No.
Oh,
So
oh, it was Jerem. Sorry.
yeah. So I think this is why we give like the federal government more power. So like you can still have experimentation, right? Like if Colorado is like every Wednesday the fire department gets free pizza, like sure. Um and the federal government can kind of just sit back and let all these states sort of experiment with different things. But um we can go back to like Walmart, right? Like different Walmart stores can experiment with different ways of how to like shelf products and how to store them and stuff. But then ultimately the board of directors or whatever at Walmart can come in and say, actually, you can't put raw meat with fresh produce, or uh, so we can do that with states as well. It's like you see someone doing witch hunts, and it's like, wait a minute, we're the federal government. We have the power to overturn this. Yeah. So if the question is like who should have more power, then yeah, the federal government, and that doesn't mean that we can't experiment.
Or like how much power. So let's look at the things that we voted on. Like, should the federal government decide things like, let's say, trans surgeries? Like, should each state be able to say like one, like, so in my state, in Oregon, a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old, so 16 and up, can do top surgery without their parents' permission. So they're not legally an adult yet, but they can go and do it without their parents' permission. I'm sure that most states that's not legal. So is that the type of thing that would be a statewide thing, where the only federal things would be you can't murder people and you can't cut people's body parts off because of your religion, and essentially the things that are like physical harms would be just federally out, but something like letting in a gray zone area of age, letting people decide thing like should that be up to a state?
I think that the decisions that the federal government should make are the things that are basically beyond any reasonable doubt.
Okay.
Yeah, and everything else should be up to the states, I guess.
Travis, what are your thoughts on that?
All the laws that I voted in favor of should be enforced nationally.
So,
Here, let
maybe you
me
should
say which ones
propose-
I think I would. So, okay, so abortion, I think that should be national because that's about an actual human. Circumcision, national. Death penalty, national. I think almost all of these. Okay, I'm with Travis. I I want all the ones.
I don't think controversial topics, I mean, very undecided topics, should be national. So
Yeah,
abortion, it's a very polarized topic.
I think for me it comes down to the physical element of it. Like so the ones that I wouldn't care and I'd leave up to states would be marijuana, cocaine, probably something like the female topless nudity thing that we voted on. Because most of the things we voted on are actual physical harms to humans or letting children decide to do something permanent. We didn't really vote on many like little relaxed things. The thing that we're currently going to be voting on after the later talk today is if somebody punches somebody in the face on the street, like I wouldn't care if California said a punch in the face gets you a year in jail, and then New York said a punch in the face only gets you a week in jail. That would just be the people can let their state know what they want, and laws can fluctuate. But if somebody is doing like some Waco thing where there's like a cult that is actually like killing people or mutating, like cutting off the arms of children or something, then the government goes in and says, you guys are violating federal laws. You are like harming humans. And yeah, the idea of deciding what should be in stores or what should be labeled and that kind of thing just seems like a state to state for me.
I guess something to kind of bring up is it like could be beneficial to have a bill of rights or something, where you have uh yeah, I guess certain things that are off the table, and the federal government is the one who uh enforces it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then,
but
but the
again,
interesting thing is how do we decide what counts and what doesn't count?
yeah, here I think it should be everything that's beyond any reasonable doubt should be there, and everything else that's being debated shouldn't be. It shouldn't be on a state level. Like
So what is
abortion and murder. Murder should be on the federal level. Abortion should be on the state level.
so do we just take that to mean like popularity, like the amount of people that agree that murder is wrong is like so high that we can put it into our constitution or our bill of rights?
Yeah,
What does beyond a reasonable doubt mean?
I think so. When somebody tells me beyond reasonable doubt, I usually think of something like what a scientist would say, something like the gravity exists beyond any reasonable doubt. The Earth is not flat beyond any reasonable doubt. It's a sphere, and it's like again, we shouldn't murder each other, or we should not torture. You cannot take somebody and torture them for weeks without murdering them, and then uh, expect that have that be legal in one state and not in another state. Rape is. Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube.
It's fine. Well, here's an idea I have. Federal should be anything that we could view as a mutual benefit, and state would be anything we'd view as moral. I was talking with Travis about this yesterday. And so when starting a society, if you agree, you don't
Wait.
kill me, I don't kill you, we have these laws that say if you kill somebody, you go to jail, because we all get a mutual benefit if we all agree not to kill each other, not to punch each other, not to do all these handful of things. But anything that's a separate moral thing where somebody can say, I think it's wrong to smoke marijuana, that could be, it depends on the popularity of your state. And I think that would even come down to something like animals. So we here all want to outlaw the harming of animals, but that is a moral decision. That is not a mutual benefit. We can't convince the animals, okay, lion, you don't kill me, I won't kill you, or cow, you don't kill me, I don't kill you. We don't get a benefit from them not being able to talk with us. So we can state by state decide we want it to be illegal to brand cows, but that's a moral decision. And I think the idea of a federal one could be we just all unanimously agree, religion or not, we all benefit from anything that's mutually beneficial.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So I don't know. You're making this like separation between like moral and then mutual like benefit, and I don't really see a difference there. Like it seems like once we're talking about laws, we're talking about what we ought to do, and that just gets in the realm of like moral philosophy. Um,
Yeah, I agree. It's like there's no law that you can pass that would have either a mutual benefit or a mutual harm. That it's
What about killing? I don't think killing needs to be moral at all. If we were all living out in the wild and could just do whatever we wanted, people were killing, raping, doing all the things, and then a group of like 10,000 people got together and said, we're going to start a society, and our only law is going to be that there's no killing, and not for moral reasons. I don't care if people are dead or whatever, but I don't want to die and you don't want to die. If all of us agree we're not going to kill each other, then we all get the mutual benefit of surviving. And the people that agree to it and break that law, they're going to go to jail, which will be the deterrent from doing it. I think that's probably, even though we want more laws, that is not based on morals whatsoever. And that is a great start to a society.
I don't see why we should limit federal laws to mutual benefits.
I don't think we need to. I just think that that's an interesting place to start, is to say, like, something that's a moral decision. Like, various people have their religions and various people have their moral opinions that might look like religions. But something that is a clear mutual benefit to every single living human adult just seems like one that making that federal law just seems clear. Where the rest of them, I'm not saying they shouldn't be. I'm glad that there's federal laws of various different things like gay marriage and whatnot. But then there's some that I don't agree with because I want people to have more freedoms. Like right now, I think it's illegal in the U.S. to have a sign on your restaurant that says no blacks allowed. I think that's stupid. I think if somebody wants to destroy their business by having no blacks allowed and choosing who they'll serve, well, not only will capitalism just destroy the hell out of that company, but I just think people should have their freedoms to hire who they want. Let's say they only want to hire women because they hate men. Go for it. If something becomes a big enough issue, we'd handle it the way we probably did, like, say, civil rights time. But outside of that, if it's just individual people having personal beliefs of being bigoted and that kind of thing, I don't think that should necessarily be a federal choice.
Yeah, I don't think that should be legal.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but if I had to separate mutual benefit from morals, then I guess I would actually reverse it, and I would put the morals on a federal level, because morals are universal and mutual benefit. A law can have a certain effect on one region and then have maybe a more negative or positive effect on another region.
I would say the other way around, because people that want to circumcise female babies, that's a moral decision. They think that's the morally right thing to do because of their religion. And so to have a federal law that you must, even if you're against circumcising your female baby, that you must do it. And if the government comes to check up on your female baby and they're not circumcised, they're going to borrow your baby for a second. Yeah. I don't
Wait, so what would you say about those types of laws generally? Like, what if we wanted to implement a law banning that? Would you say that falls under moral or mutual benefit?
I think that falls under mutual benefit for humans. Sadly, it doesn't for animals. But I also think that should be stopped, and I just hope all the states would do that. But yeah, so for humans, the mutual benefit of we all agree we don't kill each other, we all agree we don't mutilate each other, we all so basically physical harm, death, and enslavement. Those are all things that anybody of the human species wouldn't want, and if they did want it, then it wouldn't be against somebody that doesn't want it, if that makes sense.
I'm not really seeing how that's a mutual benefit.
Yeah, you see, Carson, it's enslavement might be a benefit for those who are potentially passing a law against enslavement might be a benefit for those who would be enslaved, but it's not a benefit for the slave masters.
No, it is. So the slave
It's not a
master is
mutual
also
benefit.
protected from being put into slavery. It's a mutual benefit because out in the wild, if you're a slave master, then you're probably better off being the slave master out in the wild than joining the society I'm referring to. But if everybody comes to the society I'm referring to and recognizes everybody gets the mutual benefit of they don't have to worry, am I the slave master now, but in 10 years I will be the slave, because everybody would have the mutual benefit of we don't enslave each other, we don't physically harm each other, we don't kill each other. Now, it is complicated with children because there's not a mutual benefit there. The child is not saying, the child is unable to say, I won't harm you, you don't harm me. So that becomes more of a moral issue. But then I don't know, it's complicated and you have to add in elements of.
I don't think it's possible to separate benefit from morals, because I guess we base morals on some kind of a benefit, and all morals have some kind of a benefit, and basically everything that has a positive or a negative benefit would fall into morals if it's going to be passed with a law. And yeah.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be moral decisions that are federal. That's totally fine. I can just see an easy separation because there's not much of a difference between morals and religion. Now, I personally, I ascribe to Sam Harris's take on this, where I think there are many moral things that are practically objective, and it wouldn't matter if every human disagreed with it. It would objectively be a fact.
Beyond any
Wait, so
reasonable
you're a
doubt.
moral realist?
In some cases.
Uh-oh. Travis is not a moral realist.
I think you are in the cases I'm referring to, at least if I've heard you correctly in some of the talks I've listened to you.
Nah, I don't. What do you think that I'm a moral realist on?
Like, for example, if I were to find a human that can suffer and I were to make them suffer, if they were truly, like, if there was a fact about it and we knew they were suffering and they did not want it, I don't think it would matter if no human alive even had that opinion. I would call that an immoral act. And I thought I actually heard you say something almost identical to that, but maybe I'm mixing you up with something
No,
else.
I mean, I think that acts can only be judged as moral or immoral relative to like certain moral frameworks,
Mm-hmm.
right? So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems to me like the reason you're saying that that's immoral is because you have a certain moral framework. You have certain moral standards under which such an action would be morally wrong.
Yeah. So it's possible that I have a mental illness that makes me randomly think the making of one suffering when they don't want it is not good. There could be something in the world where there's no problem with that, and the whatever that I think, therefore I am, whatever in my brain is making me think it's immoral. I definitely could be wrong, but outside of that idea of a mental illness making me think this thing, I would say that something like that feels almost objectively immoral to me. Where other things, like I find it immoral to lie, but that's just personal opinion on different things, and it could depend on various different cases, and some of that doesn't matter. So I think the only objective moral facts are ones that involve the intentional, unneeded cause of suffering. And obviously, it's complicated, but
I don't know what you mean by I don't know where the mental illness comes up. Like, I don't think if you say that torturing someone is wrong, that means you have a mental illness.
No. I'm saying the options would be that if something in my head is making me think it's morally wrong, or it is morally wrong. One of those has to be correct, right? Like, either I am wrong or I am right, right?
Well, I wouldn't like something in your head that doesn't have to be a mental illness.
I'm calling it mental illness, meaning that my brain views something as a fact and I'm wrong. I'm essentially I'm using mental illness as synonymous with factually wrong.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think I guess it depends what kind of statement you're making. But like I don't to me, like there are no objective moral facts. Like, oh, morality is just something. It's entirely mind dependent.
Yeah. No, I
Like,
know.
it exists entirely
Sure.
within the mind.
Sure, I just think within a society making laws, with so many people having so many various different ideas of morals, like some people, there's probably wackadoodles out there that would say it should be illegal to lie. I don't think it should be illegal to lie, even if I think it's wrong to lie. But I just think like when it comes to a society, there's one thing that's pretty simple, and it's intentionally making someone suffer with there being no benefit to the society for it. Like pushing somebody out of the way of a car going to hit them. They might fall on the pavement and get scraped up, and they'll suffer from that. But they got to benefit from it. But I just mean the idea of enslaving somebody, killing somebody, chopping somebody's hand off. These things that are causing suffering, we don't have to call them objective facts. But I think on the scale of morals, if you asked every human on earth what things they find moral and immoral, there will be a common thread with the intentional causing of suffering or taking life.
Well,
we don't have to get too far into it. I just that just kind of seems like a simple way to glance at what should be federal law, I guess.
Well, I just wanted to comment because you said oh, you think I am a moral realist.
I thought I had heard you say the thing I said about it wouldn't matter if people. I heard you say those words. It wouldn't matter if nobody agreed on it. It would still be the fact that it is immoral. I thought I heard that, and if I heard that wrong, then I am not calling. You don't have to feel offended if the most offensive thing is calling you a moral realist. I'm not calling you that.
Okay, because I think you might be. Because I don't think I've ever said something like that.
Yeah.
I think you might be maybe confusing me with like Matthew or someone else. Because
yeah,
I've never
actually,
said
now that you point that out, it might have been Matthew. That's funny.
Yeah, because I was gonna bring up that.
Which he's supposed to be in this group, by the way. He hasn't.
Oh, Matthew.
Yeah, he didn't send in his Adelson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't sent in his votes. He seems like a pretty busy guy. But yeah, I might be mixing you up.
Yeah, because I know he definitely is a moral realist.
I'm a
and I've seen-
situational moral realist. I don't know the philosophy terms. I don't know if situational moral realist is a thing.
I
but,
mean, you could you could have a view that, like, there are some moral issues where there's an objective fact of the matter, but on some others there isn't. Like, that is hypothetically a view you could take. I don't know how popular or common such a view is, but I mean, my view would be like I don't think there are any objective moral facts, right? And I think sometimes people conflate like meta-ethical views with normative views. Like being like strongly against a certain action or something, that doesn't entail moral realism, right? Like moral realism, like thinking, this is a common misconception I see from people. They think like, oh, if you think like torturing babies, for example, if you think that's subjectively wrong instead of objectively wrong, that means you think it's less wrong, which is not entailed. Like you could be anti-realist and think it's just as wrong as realist does.
I completely agree. But hey, I do got to cut you off real quick because the next talk is in 15 minutes and I have to go grab coffee and a couple things. If you guys want to keep talking for 15 minutes, I can just leave this going, which actually might be good because I might just have this same stream turn into the next one, boot you guys out and get the other people in. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you guys talk for 15 minutes. And then when I get back, I'll probably boot you guys out and get the other people in. If you guys stay and watch the next talk and somebody doesn't show up to the next talk and one of you guys wants to join, I basically want it to be exactly 4 people. So I would add one of you guys in if somebody doesn't show up.
What was the next talk about?
The next talk is about punishments, and it's kind of about prison reform type stuff, like what our prisons would look like, but also what punishments would happen if somebody punched people in the face, if somebody got a DUI, And so if that interests you guys, you should watch and comment in chat. And
Yeah,
then
it's
somebody
something that I have opinions about.
yeah. And there's a lot of wild opinions that I've seen. I've seen a range of somebody saying lose your license for a month or go to jail for 25 years for DUI. So there's a wide range of opinions. But you guys should keep talking about this topic we were just talking about, state versus federal. And then I'm going to hop back in here in 15 minutes and boot you guys. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Jeremy to this talk because he's going to be in the next talk. But since I'm walking away right now, Jeremy will make it 4 people for this next 15 minutes.
Nice.
Okay.
And then there's somebody in chat named Miranda who wants to get involved in this project,
Yeah.
which I think will be great for a couple reasons. For one, their comments are awesome and really cool ideas in here. But for two, I keep getting told by so many people that we don't have women in this group and we're deciding abortion and that kind of stuff. I'm assuming
It's a
Miranda is
very
a woman.
patriarchal society.
We have 29 men and 1 woman, and then Miranda would make 2, and I think there might be a couple other women that come in. So I'm going to talk to Miranda, and then we'll put it to a vote, because everything with this project, aside from not being able to kick out senators, I want everything to be 100% voted on and never decided by me, aside from setting up these talks. So I'll talk to Miranda, and we'll set up a vote. So welcome, Jeremy, and you guys are going to talk for about 15 more minutes on state versus federal. Jeremy, go ahead and throw your thoughts. Do you think the U.S. should own Mexico and fix them up? Do you think the U.S. should get rid of all 50 of their states and just be federal? What you got?
Well, I mean, Carson's kind of shocking me. Maybe not. It's surprising given things that he's said to me in the past, but I think he's just blatantly invoking speciesism when he's talking about he's expanding a kind of circle of implicit moral agents to babies and fetuses when he's talking about the prioritization of circumcision and abortion restrictions based upon this kind of implicit social contract reasoning, which I just don't understand anyway. I don't understand these kind of fictive, fictional contracts that were never really made as contracts. And so he does that for them, but he doesn't do it for non-human animals. That's exactly the just hopping right over the name the trade argument that all ethical vegans are familiar with, and being speciesist.
And that's
an
why
infant or a fetus, they can't make a agreement with you for mutual benefit, right?
Yeah, and that's why I asked about slavery. It's like if you're a slave, you cannot. It's not a mutual benefit if slavery is outlawed. It's a moral decision.
Yeah. You can look at the writings of the slavery abolitionists, and you can see them maybe mentioning their own benefit or mutual benefit as an afterthought, but that wasn't their main moral focus at all, right? And so I started running name the trait kind of things further in the comments, and I was saying, well, what about a mentally disabled little girl who would never have the potential power to grow up and threaten you in any way. So even her future potential, she couldn't be part of this mutual benefit trade-off. So then is female genital mutilation okay for those disabled girls? That's pretty insane.
And what if we
right?
also started farming them in the exact same way that we farm animals?
Disabled people burgers.
Yeah, it's like, would there be a mutual benefit to outlawing that practice? Like, I mean, what benefit do we get out of it?
Right.
Like, and if you're going to say that we do get some benefit out of it, then it's just like you said, well, then why wouldn't the same apply to the animal case?
We'll spend more resources because humans require resources, and then we'll, not have as much food, I guess. Even though not really.
So I think
Oh.
an actual justification. Carson is thinking of the justification for it like a unitary federal kind of law as just more sort of more important things, more morally weighty things, and then having lower level choices for the more optional minor things. But I think talking about what we were just talking about, it hints at a much better distinction, which is level of current societal moral approval, moral and cultural approval. You're not
Basically,
risking
what's the
violence
debate
and
again?
civil war if you criminalize something that 99.9% of people already strongly morally disagree with. Like child molestation. Even child molesters, they sort of publicly and explicitly oppose it, in their explicit ethics. So it's easy to make it illegal. Whereas something that some people consider to be a huge evil, like teaching young children about hell, that other people consider to be a very crucial personal spiritual right. You're risking a civil war if you try to criminalize it and start putting people in jail. That sounds like a much better basis for deciding how to allow at least regional freedoms or limited political freedoms rather than try to criminalize everything on a broad level.
Yeah. By the way, I saw your comment in the live chat. Some anti-realist subjectivists believe there are facts about things being immoral, just facts dependent in part upon attitudes. Yeah, so that would be my view.
That's something like it might be my view typically on things like obligation and permissibility too. I don't think I made it clear when I was on with you and Lance Bush that the only thing I think I can justify a realist position about is a Norcrossian scalar consequentialism. That that there's a reasonable definition of moral rightness and wrongness as reasonably predictable effects on net well-being across the universe on a continuum. That's what I think there's a coherent realist position about. But when it comes to where along that continuum something becomes your obligation, I think that's just somebody's attitude about how much it's partly at least dependent upon how much any given person is willing to put up with before they start criticizing you or whatever, not wanting to hang out with you or wanting to socially sanction you in some way. That seems like the only kind of thing that obligation or permissibility can mean, definitely dependent upon people's attitudes.
I was very confused when Carson said, like, I think you are a realist on certain issues based on what you've said before. I was like, what is he talking about?
Me or you? You.
No,
You said-
Carson said to me earlier in this
the you
chat,
means you, right?
yeah, like me, yeah, me,
Okay.
Travis. He was like, because I don't even know how we got onto the topic, but for some reason we started talking about moral realism, and then I said I'm not a moral realist, and then he said, "Oh, I think you are on certain issues based on some of the stuff you've said before to me." And I was, and I didn't know what he was referring to.
I think what I heard you say right before I got on, is the key mistake that he's probably making. Is treating the strength of your normative views as if they were meta-ethical views.
Yeah, that's something I see from people a lot. And they'll be like, well, if you have really strong moral views, then, like, if you want other people to go vegan, well, you must be a realist then. Because if you weren't a realist, like, you would be fine with people supporting the animal holocaust. So I don't know why that's entailed by anti-realism.
I think a lot of people who are like me, making a distinction between the continuum of righter and wronger, um, and then whatever personal criteria would produce some kind of judgments of obligation or permissibility. They're very confused by a lot of people who make strong claims about the continuum. And the most famous example, I think, being Peter Singer's "Life We Save" argument. You know, where you'd say something like, Singer's making this argument that it's extremely morally wrong to spend money on your trivial pleasures or hobbies or whatnot, luxuries, rather than donating to alleviate serious harm. And then he's not doing it. He's doing it a lot more than most people, but he's not doing it as much as he can, right?
Mhm.
He's not. Yeah, he's not living in like a very stereotypical monk life existence in order to donate everything he possibly can up to that limit. And so people will think, what is that, like hypocrisy or something? He's saying that we have a moral obligation to do it, and he's not following his moral obligation. There's a lot of people inclined to think that way, but I think he thinks that he's just describing where things fall along the continuum, and the question of how much somebody is gonna oblige Peter Singer to do that just seems like a social phenomenon. How much you're gonna require somebody to do before you stop inviting them to your house parties, or you start calling them an asshole, or whatever the case may be. That's just going to vary from person to person, and yeah, I don't see a realist position there. And I think a lot of people are making the mistake that if you're talking about the continuum, like Singer is in that case, and then that it's somehow going to automatically create this thing called obligation that applies to the extreme end of the continuum. That doesn't make any sense to me. Sorry, that was very, very rambling. But if you guys are familiar with Norcross, I pretty much agree with Norcross down the line, including on a lot of specific points related to ethical veganism.
I'm not too familiar with him. I do know his what was it, like the
Puppies,
chocolate
Pigs, and People.
dogs?
That's the famous paper is.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
where you have
Puppies,
to
Pigs, and
torture like
People.
the puppies in order to like make the chocolate taste sweeter or better,
Mhm.
something like that. I know that, but I think that's really the only thing I know is just that thought experiment.
Yeah, he starts varying it to make a lot of critiques of deontology, right? He says like, well, would it make any difference if, it was he starts off, his original example is that it's the torture of the puppies that is the necessary thing to create the chemical that will allow these people to taste chocolate again. Like, yeah, it's some kind of like pheromone or some kind of endocrine secretion or whatever that requires the torture. And then he starts varying it. What if it's not the torture that's necessary, but it's the it's produced by like the burning of the skin on the puppies, that the skin releases this chemical. So the fact that they're experiencing torture is only incidental. It's not it's not instrumental to producing the thing that the person desires, but it's only a foreseen but not instrumental consequence. And I think that he's basically, aside from making this general intuition based ethical vegan argument, he's also providing some pretty good takedowns of deontological word games. in his puppy argument, making these distinctions about the known effects that your action has that shouldn't make any difference to any sensible person. Just like the
Carson,
trolley
you're
problem.
muted.
Just like the active passive distinction in the trolley problem shouldn't make any difference to any sensible person.
Sorry to cut you off real quick, but I do have to end this one to start the next conversation. Lewis should be joining us here in a sec, and so will a fellow named Chris. Until Chris shows up, and in case he doesn't, who does anybody specifically want to stay in? I only want to have 4 total people. So out of Travis, Jerem, and Dillian, did any of you guys want to stay in if our 4th doesn't show up?
I can stay.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll keep Dillian in, and then Jerem and Travis, if you guys end up being in the chat and then it drops down to 3 or something, I'll throw you guys in. But if you got to go, no worries, and I'll send links out to this for later. But yeah.
If you guys are hanging around, I'll make sure to follow the chat and address what you're typing. Definitely.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Travis. Take care, Jerem.
All right, see ya.
See you.
Okay, and then where's Lewis? Lewis is in the chat, but he's not quite in here yet.
I'm gonna
There he
get
is.
some.
It's Lewis.
I'm gonna get
It's in
some
the chat. He's
caffeination
not quite in
here.
Oh,
Hi,
it's
Lewis.
echoing. Lewis, you have an echo
I'll be
again.
back in a second here.
Okay. He's not quite in
Here. Hi,
It's
Lewis.
echoing. Lewis, you have an echo
I'll be
again.
back.
Okay, is that echo? I think it's fixed. Okay, let me see. Okay, I think Chris is actually going to be here in a sec. So, oh, Lewis is gone. So yeah, Dillian, if it looks like Chris just read the link I sent, so he's probably going to hop in here. So I'll probably have to boot you out as soon as there he is. Okay, so if anybody drops out and you're still in the chat, I'll bring you back in. But also, we might do a second talk on this topic with everybody interested in it because it's such a an important topic to figure out. So yeah. Anyways, it's good talking.
Okay, well, if I'm, not gonna be here, I'll probably just go because it's getting.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's getting late over there. Yeah. Well, thanks for talking. We'll see you in the next one. We'll set something up soon. Okay.
All right, bye.
All right. Bye. Hello, Chris. Christopher. Hello. Chris, can you hear me?
Yep,
Oh,
I can
okay,
hear you.
cool. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Awesome. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're in the same time zone. You're in Portland. Do you? I can't remember. You don't work on the weekend, correct?
That is correct. I just had a late night, so this became an early morning.
Gotcha. I know how that is. Okay, so we're just waiting. Lewis is here. Lewis, can you hear me?
All right.
Lewis, can you hear me? All right, well, I can't hear Lewis, but we can get started. So I kept the same stream as earlier, so it says the wrong title, but that doesn't really matter. We're going to be talking about, well, it's kind of a huge topic. It's prison reform, but it's also like punishments, which is connected to prison reform. So let's start off with Chris. Let's see. Who just okay.
Test.
Oh, Lewis is there. Test. I hear your test. Your test is working.
Okay, good. No echo.
No echo. Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Cool. Okay. So oh, Chris is gone. Okay.
Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Let's start with Lewis. Hey, Lewis, what's up?
Yeah, usually I start with depending on who's talked the most. So obviously I talked the most, so I'm going to stay out of it. And then Jeremy talked the second most out of all of our talks. Not the most per talk, but the most amount of talks. So
Probably the most per talk as well.
maybe that too. Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
So Chris, this is such a big topic. It's such an impossible question. If you were starting a society and you and the lawmakers were creating prisons and how they worked, what exactly, either what would you do for your initial thought on what a prison should look like and how it should work, or just compared to what's currently there, how you would like shape a couple things that you think would need to change? What's on the top of your head when you think of that?
I mean, the primary thing would be about the helping the individuals that end up in prison. I imagine that there's going to be a rule set before creating an outline of what is not considered to be acceptable behavior within the society, and then through that dividing that into degrees of acceptability and then punishments. I imagine there would be all of that set up before having to decide how the prison system should work.
Yeah. So it won't be specifically in order, but yeah, at some point we can decide on what a punishment should be for a crime. But what I guess I'm kind of curious about is, so maybe we are doing it kind of backwards. But like if you picture a prison, or at least what you've seen in the movies. Mm-hmm. Is there something uniquely specific that you would think, and let's say hypothetically we have all the resources in the world, and then we can scale it down to realistic issues, like not having enough money for certain things. But what would punishment and rehabilitation look like if we had all the resources in the world? Would the cells... Do you think it's best for everybody to have the option to sleep individually? Is it good to have two people bunked up for the sleeping purposes? Should the cells be bigger? Should people have like constant access to being in groups and going outside? Should it be look like more like a home, like a nice, like almost luxury? And it's, yeah, so that kind of thing. What would you view the prisons looking like differently?
I mean, that's at that point, we're just recreating the prison systems and was that Sweden that has essentially luxury hotels for their prison industrial complex.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but it's also like, I'd rather follow their model since it's just shown that there's a much lower recidivism with setups like that, because they're focusing more on rehabilitation and less on punishment. Like finding out the core reason why these things are happening and why these people are doing these things. And then through mental health services and coaching and therapy, everything that it takes to like help a person figure out why they do things that are not acceptable by their society, and then how to change those behaviors.
Okay. Gotcha.
I also like the idea of having more outside space. Like, I mean, for me personally, being near the ocean or being in the woods is a calming thing and helps clear my mind. And a 4x6 concrete box with very little natural light just does not do well for my mental health and for many other people I know. So I can't imagine it's a healthy environment to begin with.
Gotcha. Yeah. Real quick to answer Contrarian 420, asking if we're using British common law or coming up with an entirely new legal framework. For this project, we're coming up with an entirely new legal framework, but we can talk about it basing it around different things that already exist. And when we talk about outcomes, we're looking at the U.S. So if we see what has been tried and failed or worked, we're using the U.S. as an example of whatever the stats are and the outcomes. But that's just to have something to base it on. But we are creating it completely from scratch. And Chris, okay, you're back. Okay, so more therapy, more outside time. I wonder, I think part of the issue might be something. Well, let's just see what part of the issue would be. Lewis, go ahead and share some of your thoughts on what you think, what Chris said, and then also separately differences you would want to see with prisons.
So I'm not familiar with the model that Chris is referring to, but I have no problem with like retributive punishment in prisons, but it has to be like, I don't think that retributive punishment should be for every single offense, so I think that it should be for certain types of crimes. What those crimes are could be something around like somebody who's just who's been in and out of prison doing just like extreme violence, and they've been counseled, and they've there's been genuine attempts to get them help, and they're just the type of people that doesn't work. And so I'm not opposed at all to retributive punishment in prisons. What else? So, like, I guess an ideal type of prison system would be one that there's different sections of the prison for different types of crimes. Yeah.
Like
so,
based on how violent one might be.
Yeah, things like that, of that nature. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't fully thought out like how to parse all of that. I think that would take a lot of work and just a lot of talking with people who have been involved with, like, let's say, running prison systems, or at least hearing from them, and I guess also people who have been in prison systems. My twin brother, was thrown in Rikers Island, which is here in New York City, well, he stole a pair of sneakers. He had ran away from home. He stole a pair of sneakers, and he didn't show up to court because, well, there's good reasons why he didn't. And he was thrown in Rikers, and as far as I understand, he was thrown with the general population, which in the general population, there can be very, very violent people who have done all sorts of heinous violence, which my brother did not, of course. And so I believe he was raped in prison, and he contracted the HIV virus, and he died of that. And so, yeah, it's things like that that make me think that we have to have some sort of separation in prisons for different levels of offense, of different types of crimes, which I don't know if that happens in many prisons. I'm not, I haven't taken a dive look into, into that type of thing. If it's done in some prisons, that's probably a good thing, and we should maybe look at those as kind of guidance and see, if that is kind of working or not. But yeah, so that's what else? Those are a couple of thoughts. I'm sure I have many more, but
yeah, let me have Jeremy hop in and comment on that. Jeremy, what do you think of that idea? Like, if somebody maybe if somebody beats somebody really badly with a bat and they go to prison, are they going to be in a different section as like a preventative measure than somebody that just like stole something from a store?
I think that probably deeply science-based psychology that's informed by consequence-focused ethics is what ought to be the governing principle of prisons, using what we know to bring people back to the best possible state, which in part means how a given prisoner is treated probably should not be tied only to the nature of their crime in a very simplistic way. Some people who are convicted of violent crime might nevertheless be able to participate non-violently in a certain kind of open prison system that allows for a lot of socialization and a lot of transition back into general society. So I don't think you can go by the specific crime being assault with a bat into equivalent treatment.
Okay, so would you think that it would be more likely that it's best to, when somebody goes to prison, they're in prison, however we have it set up, and then they're only separated if they commit the crime in prison? So they already got themselves there, and then if they show that they can't be given the privileges of the more relaxed prison, that then they get like into isolation or whatever?
Well, it wouldn't only have to be that you would have to do something while in prison to justify special kind of segregation. I think psychological distinctions could be made about the person's behavior, the person's psychological characteristics, and outside of the crime itself. You could have various assessments and recognize that one person who was convicted of an assault with a baseball bat is somebody who's exhibited strong, signs of sociopathy throughout their life, and has, basically used violence as a tool on a daily basis, and seems to enjoy violence. Another person who committed an assault with a bat, had trouble controlling their anger under certain circumstances and got into a fight, and that might be the same crime in some technical legal sense, but it would seem to be addressed by very different kind of interventions in a prison, and have very different prognosis for rehabilitation, I think. I wanted to ask Lewis. I want to try to ask a lot more questions. Lewis is talking about kind of giving up on the most egregious offenders, and he mentioned retributivism. I'm not sure why retributivism is necessary. It seems like we can understand that some people are beyond any reasonable hope of rehabilitation, and for the most part can't be allowed contact with other people in circumstances where they could hurt them. But I don't think you need retributivist ethics in order to justify that. You just need recognition, consequentialist recognition that you're not going to get any improvement out of this person, so you need to just keep them away from hurting others. But I don't see how you need the feeling that they deserve this more extreme treatment, or that it's extra morally right to harm them because they're bad people or something like that. It seems like you can create that high level of segregation for people like that without that vengeance kind of ethics, or without attributing some kind of metaphysical blame to somebody who's ultimately a product of their genes and their environment and chance, just like you or I. I don't know if that's a clear question, but Lewis, what do you still think that there's do you really think that there's a necessity towards an ethics that views retributive punishment as actively good, above and beyond simply isolating these beyond the pale criminals so that they can't harm anyone else?
Yes, when it serves as a deterrent for others, and of course, if it serves as a deterrent for them. Now, of course, if they're serving a life sentence, then and if they're in isolation, I'm giving you like an extreme example. If they're serving a life sentence and they're in total isolation, then of course, deterrent probably wouldn't come into play. But I think in any other aspect, it could very much serve as a deterrent to them to commit unprovoked violence against other inmates, but also as a deterrent to people, let's say, on the outside, or maybe even other prisoners, to commit certain violent crimes. So I think there is that important component as a deterrent, and I think that
Okay.
I think retributive punishment or retributive justice could serve that role. Now, what percentage of people would be deterred? I don't know. I don't know if there's any good studies on that, because I think it would require an extremely exhaustive study that I'm not aware of such a study existing. At least not within the United States. There may be, let's say, exhaustive studies in certain types of prisons outside the United States, which may not remotely resemble certain prisons in the United States, and it may not even resemble certain types of demeanors, like of many prisoners or many people in the United States. So I don't know the answer as to how close some of these studies of certain types of prisons outside the United States would, analogize with most or many prisons in the United States. I'd be willing to, take a look at, studies to see if there's such a thing. But I found that in criminal justice, most studies that I have been shown by people who swear that these are great studies are garbage studies for a variety of reasons. So, yeah.
I think we should look at studies. That'll be very interesting. I do want to know more about what works and what doesn't. But let's look at a hypothetical just to see where your morals lie, Jeremy. Going off of what Lewis just said, if you create a better prison system for rehabilitation, and because of how that looks, because of, let's say, having luxury rooms, and like it just seems like a nice place to be as prison, although you do lose your freedom. But if it doesn't deter people enough, if it doesn't work as a deterrent to where, let's say 90% of people that go to prison are rehabilitated, but that makes 90% more people go to prison. Like, so the numbers, you either have to choose the people that are in prison are going to be rehabilitated, and that will cause more people to go to prison because they're not deterred from going, or you don't rehabilitate that well, and those people will kind of be screwed over, but it will deter more people from committing the crimes in the first place. Do you see a preference either way on those? If they both have like an equal outcome of how many people go to jail?
Well, just based on the hypothetical as an ethical thought experiment, the world could be such that overall consequences for everybody, including the prisoners and the rest of society, is maximized by one or the other. So in an ethical armchair, not knowing anything about the world, not having any empirical evidence, either a very terrible prison could maximize consequences because of its high level of deterrence, or a pretty nice life in a rehabilitation focused prison could maximize well-being, theoretically. It's when it interacts with the empirical evidence that I believe that deterrence through poor prison conditions has much less of an effect than most of the public thinks. And
That's
I
what I
think
hear as well.
I think they hold that false belief in a very self-serving way, because what they are actually motivated by is retributivism, which I don't think has an ethical justification.
Yeah.
So I think people are using claims about deterrence that they don't have sufficient empirical evidence for as a rationalization for their actual motivation, which is retributive judgments arising out of anger and a kind of false beliefs about the nature of morality. False beliefs about free will and individualism. The idea that we're all self-determined, that we're not the products of our genes and environment and chance, but if I'm not a criminal, it's because I made good choices out of this mystical place called free will. And so I'm kind of intrinsically like tingly, like so even if you're not religious, some kind of mystical way, my essence is good and this guy's essence is bad. So so this essentially bad being should not have good things happen to him. I should have good things happen to me because I used my free will in the service of good, and he used his free will in the service of bad. So
yeah.
So
no, I agree. I think that is how some people treat it and some don't. Like, so me, for example, I don't believe in punishment whatsoever. I might emotionally want punishment if somebody were to murder my mom because she's my favorite person, or top 2 or 3 favorite people. But in general, I don't think punishment should matter. I want people removed from doing harm, and then also I might want a deterrent to make other people not commit crimes. And so I agree with you. It really comes down to the stats. If knowing you'll get life in jail or a certain amount of time in prison is not going to prevent you from murdering or robbing or whatever, then we should reevaluate the deterrence. But yeah, in my mind, I think a lot of crimes people do because that is how their brain works. If somebody is attracted to like children, they need to be removed from children, but they don't need to be like whipped nonstop or castrated or whatever. They need to be not able to commit that crime. And so I don't think people should be punished for how they're born. But let's hop to Chris really quick. Chris, do you think that there are any crimes where there should be a punishment that isn't just a deterrent? Do you believe in punishment for punishment's sake, like eye for an eye in any cases?
I think that looking at it through that lens is looking at it through a privileged position, because it's like it's taking the idea of people being bad and doing bad things. Sure, that may exist, but there's good people out there that do bad things to try to improve their situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's as long as we're monetizing prisons, like there's an incentive, there's a cash value to each imprisoned person, and it's literally, we've created a society that makes it more profitable to have more people in jail. And the people that are likely to go to jail because of the rules we made that best suit the prison industrial complex are primarily poor people. And poor people, it's like, if you're hungry enough, you're going to steal food. If you're going to be homeless or make a decision that might land you in jail, people are going to take that chance to try not to be in jail. Like, it's not, our prisons aren't completely filled to the brim with people that touched kids, or else we wouldn't have much
For
of
sure.
a Senate, or we wouldn't have too many people in our political powers. Like, so much of it is just a lot of people that either, like, there's people that are in jail for possession of marijuana, like,
Mhm.
and being someone that lives in a state
Not
where
in our
that's legal.
society. We legalized it,
Yeah,
but yeah,
like
in the
how
real world.
how it currently works. And so it's like deciding things on good or bad is not good enough. Like, there's people that are in situations that are going to lead them to what we would consider to be bad. But it's like, if we were also starving and about to be homeless, if we had to take care of our kids no matter what, like, we'd also make dubious choices to try to make sure we get there. And like,
Yeah.
a deterrent isn't enough there, because it's like, do I go to jail or do I die on the streets? Like,
Yeah. Well, and
So,
also
Chris-
I think I'll let you answer that question one sec. But I think I don't know much about psychology, but I'm guessing how somebody has a lot to do with how they grow up. If you take any criminal and from birth they were in a home of parents that likely wouldn't lead to a criminal, I think there's a good chance that they wouldn't be criminals, or at least there's a decent chance. And so I almost view rehabilitation in prison as this second chance of the government basically parenting adults and trying to figure out how to turn them into decent citizens again. That won't work for everyone, especially because how your ages of going through like childhood, you can't really recreate that. But yeah, anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, Jeremy, what were you going to ask Chris?
Oh, good, because you gave another example, Carson, that strengthens it. So yeah, Chris, you brought up one kind of causal circumstance, which is poverty, that doesn't seem to justify having a retributivist attitude towards people. Carson brought up another, which is development, which is family situation that people don't choose, but that can affect someone's ultimate actions. But there's another kind of causal circumstance that people equally are unable to choose, and that's aspects of their brain and their hormones, the things that fall under heritable genetics, or even accidental brain development. So a lot of people are in jails or prisons just for getting into a fight. They get into an argument and then it turns physical. And a lot of what seems to be involved there are genetic factors involving aggression. Just the way different people's bodies produce different hormone levels that affect behavior. And I didn't choose to have the genes that produced the kind of brain responses to being offended or being threatened in the ways that my brain does. And so my capacity to suppress violence is not a result of my praiseworthy free will. It's the result of the pretty lucky hand that I was dealt. Right. So would you guys agree with my sentiment there, that even the people, not only the people who are stealing because of poverty, but the people who are committing assaults in bars and whatnot because of their unchosen brain chemistry are also not deserving of retributivist sorts of desire to see them punished rather than rehabilitated as best we can.
Yeah. Well, before answering that, let me just double check on Lewis's stance on a definition, because sometimes definitions can be tricky on how we view them. So retributive justice, the definition says a system of criminal justice based on punishment of offenders rather than rehabilitation. Now, Lewis, when you say that you are in some cases are in favor of that, are you only in favor of that as a deterrent, or do you actually, and I don't mean that in a negative way when I say do you actually, but do you think that a punishment like an eye for an eye, like you did this bad thing, that there are crimes where an individual deserves to be punished even if it wasn't going to benefit anything else in the world? Like a very fantastic philosophical question that kind of helps one answer this would be, if there was a horrible person that did all the worst things in the world, like Hitler, 5 minutes before their death, if you could press a button and give him 5 minutes of pure pleasure, would you do it? Or because he was a bad person, would you not do it and just have him have his normal last 5 minutes?
Or give him 5 minutes of pure torture.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So Hitler, would you give him 5 minutes of pure pleasure, 5 minutes of pure torture, or just his last 5 minutes are normal?
Well, on that specific question, I would say just normal. I wouldn't torture him for the last 5 minutes, and I wouldn't give him pure pleasure. So, on just that specific question, I would say just let it ride out in whatever normal way it does in the last 5-10 minutes of his life.
Okay. So
Now,
then what would you say as far as the first question?
Yeah, well, so I think it really depends on what we mean by punishment, right? Because if we're talking about retributive, what do we mean by punishment, right? If punishment, if we mean by punishment just, if we equate suffering to punishment, then I would say that no, I'm not in favor of that if there's no deterrent effect that could happen. But if we're talking about punishment, so that's something other than like suffering, I would be open to considering that. So it really depends what what is meant by punishment. But like I said, if it means, if we're equating punishment with suffering, then then I would be opposed to that if it can be demonstrated that there's absolutely no chance of any kind of deterrent for this individual, for other inmates, or for people on the outside.
Yeah, if it's a punishment for deterrent sake, then that is what it is. Any other punishment, I think we could throw into the suffering category. Imagine some kid gets in trouble and the parent says, you have to go to your room for the next 2 hours. There is either a lesson to be learned of this will make you not commit the thing again, or if you were a parent that could see into the future and know no matter what you do, this kid will never do this bad thing again, do you want him to have this punishment for 2 hours to do an eye for an eye? You did this crime, you're not going to learn from it because I already can see into the future and you'll never commit the crime again. I think anything even to that minimal scale is suffering for punishment's sake. So
in that sense, in the way you describe it, I think that I would be opposed to punishment if it's not inextricably tied to like a deterrent, or
Cool.
Now, in terms of Jeremy's question, if I'm understanding his question correctly, I would actually differentiate between free will and will. So I do think that people have a will. They can make choices. They can decide, which isn't necessarily the same thing as free will. And so, I distinguish the two, and it seems like Jeremy doesn't distinguish the two, will and free will. But I do think that like choices that we make.
Oh
that,
no.
Well, let me say something
I
to.
believe in will. I believe in choices. We talked a lot about choices when we were talking about choosing to save someone from a burning building or choosing not to save them. I just believe that choice, that will, is the product of genes, environment, and chance.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily see it that way. I'm skeptical of such claims. It would have to be, in my view, would have to be demonstrated that that's the only thing that is playing a role in people choosing to make decisions.
I would say if we did not agree on the elements of the only punishment should be for deterrence, and then if we call it a punishment, the only other element of punishment would be removal from that person doing the act currently. If we basically agree on those two things, then whether there's free will or not, I don't think it would matter. And so it might be worth saving the philosophical free will
Maybe.
discussion, because I think in a sense, like if somebody is attracted to children, they could say, I feel this thing and I'm going to not commit this act, or they could say, I feel this thing and I'm going to commit this act. Now, I probably lean more towards Jeremy's stance on this, where the person that chooses to commit the act, they don't want to. If they had more free will, they would choose not to. But the cards lined up in their brain that they choose to commit this act. So we can decide to make sure that people do not commit this act if they're on the fence, that we have a deterrent. And then also separately from that, if we know somebody might commit that act again, I don't think this topic is talked about enough, but I really think there should be a home that's not exactly a prison and not a mental hospital, but somewhere where somebody that's attracted to children can turn themselves in and say, I don't want to commit a crime. I hate that I feel this way. I'm going to put myself in this building. My family can come visit me, and I'm just going to live here and not commit harms that I might accidentally do. And so maybe the topic's too taboo to really talk about, but I do feel like I think that we should be responsible for our choices, but we aren't. I said we shouldn't get philosophical with it, and I got philosophical with it. But if I turn a song on, I'm going to like it or I'm not going to like it. I can't make myself like or not like something. I do not have the free will to make the brain that is Carson choose things that I can't choose. If I watch a movie, it doesn't matter how much people like it or don't like it. I will either like it or not, and that's a great way to live life. Life is amazing without free will. But figuring out how we should view criminals, I think it's important to know the element of a lack of free will. If somebody is born with the mindset of not caring if they harm people, hitting people with bats, then we don't need to hit them with a bat to get even. We just need to put walls around them to make sure they're not hitting anybody else with a bat. And after you have the walls around them, you have the deterrent and you have the removing them from the ability to do it. I don't care if you give them an Xbox, if they have all the pleasure in the world, get them all the willing prostitutes. They can have whatever they want as long as they're not harming people and as long as there's a deterrent enough to make other people not want to do that act if they're on the fence of doing the act.
I think to give you guys some sense of what I think is wrong with a lot of people's ideas about punishment and retribution. Picture like a pinball machine that has many balls inside, and they're all bouncing off the edges and bouncing off each other. And then there's one bumper, and that bumper represents some kind of harmful act, some kind of a damaging event. And all these balls bouncing off all parts of the pinball machine and off each other, and then one of the balls eventually hits that bumper that is the crime. And So we're inclined to punish that one ball. So we seem very strongly inclined to ignore many people who are causally involved in ultimately producing this very bad situation. They because they're not the focal point, they're not the immediate direct cause in some sense of the thing that we want to prevent in society. Their role gets ignored by the system of crime and punishment. The people who were involved in the upbringing of the child who became the man who got angry and smashed a bottle over someone's head, the alcohol advertisers who profited from the person who ended up getting a DUI. There's all these people playing negative causal roles in society or positive causal roles, and they're because they're not the one focal point. They're not they're not the person you can most easily hone in on. They don't become part of the punishment. They're not part of the government's picture of rectifying the situation. But what I think is the reality is that we're all in this together, and we're all having various impacts on what other people end up doing on the moral health of our society. And there seems to be a kind of like Aristotelian mistake about causes when we choose the people that we count as the agents of the crime. It's a bit hard to articulate, but I think that we're calling one person the cause of one act when it's actually a complex result of their genetics and their upbringing and the social forces around them, and what's called moral hazard, the chance beyond their control of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Mm-hmm. And it leads me to very strongly oppose any kind of retributive impulse, and to think, well, we need to look at wherever the harm is stemming from. And sometimes it's mostly stemming from something that's wrong with that one person's brain. And then the most important thing to do is to get them the right drugs and therapy and whatever, and fix that brain. But other times, like Chris was talking about, the major cause of the harm is ultimately not anything dysfunctional in that person's brain, but something dysfunctional in their life circumstances. And so the thing to do is to get them out of that sort of poverty, which is reliably going to cause people to do destructive things. If that's the problem, if the problem lies in the poverty, then the poverty is the thing that needs to be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Carson, can I just address that real quick, and then that's the last.
I just let me say one thing before you do that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, I muted you because there was some sounds coming out of yours. Can you mute yourself whenever you're not talking, and then unmute? Because I didn't want to have you muted in case you wanted to hop in. But if you mute yourself, then you could control it easier. But there was just a weird sound that kept coming in and out.
Oh yeah, no, that's not a problem.
Okay, so Lewis, say your thing, and then
I won't talk about this anymore, because I think this just can open up a huge can of like vegan apple pectin worms. But so I want to address, before I address one thing that Chris had mentioned. I do want to address this point that Jeremy was talking about, and so Jeremy talked about that certain people have things that are very wrong in their brain, like chemistry and stuff like that. And so my view is that, yes, I think there is like a scale of deterministic physical triggers that can make people's can influence strongly people's will, and to the extent that some of these triggers make it much more unlikely that the choice is deterministic or not. And so, let's say a severe chemical imbalance in the brain, just as one example. I think that, yes, this could certainly make people's ability to to choose something other than what this chemistry is influencing on their brain to to choose, I think, is absolutely a trigger or a factor in determining like what punishment in terms of like a retributive thing that somebody could, I would say, justifiably be sentenced to. Like somebody, for example, if it's can be shown that they have a severe chemical imbalance, then I think that that person should be treated differently than somebody who doesn't appear to have any kind of chemical imbalance, but they just they get a thrill out of or not even, doesn't even have to be a thrill, but they just they just choose to do violence, let's say stabbing old ladies in the eyeball, whatever. And yeah, so I guess my point is that I think that there is I think there's like a scale. I don't think that everybody has the same triggers in determinism or causal impact in their choices, and I think that should be looked at. And I'm not opposed to looking at. Now, just going back to something that Christopher said, he talked about prisons for profit and how that impacts the poor adversely. And yes, I'm opposed to prisons for profit, and I think that justice shouldn't be something where profit motive is entailed in it. So I'm all for getting rid of that. Now, in terms of like this prison system that we're designing, I think that could be fairly easy to remedy that, that type of situation that we may see in the prison system here in the United States, or certain prison systems. So I agree definitely with Christopher that that is a big problem, and it does negatively impact poor people, because maybe the prison system hasn't, it's incentivized to, go after certain types of crimes. And of course, another component of this is, access to legal representation, right? Poor people don't have the same access to legal representation than wealthy people. So that's another factor too.
Yeah. So as far as the prison for profits go, I think one thing that's interesting is our society project is starting from scratch. So in a sense, as long as we don't make a prison for profit, we don't really need to vote on it. But I do like the idea of taking things that are legal in various parts of the world and voting to change it as if it was something we want to make a statement on in our society. So like we legalized marijuana, but it was never illegal in our society, so we didn't need to. But I do like the idea of legalizing or outlawing things that are legal in other societies. So I do think we should vote on, do we want to make it illegal to have prisons for profit in our society, even though they don't already exist in our society. So so that we should put that up for a vote. As far as your thing about people, there being things that are like determined by how your brain works, but then there are people that are just kind of, they enjoy being violent. I don't think we need to get too far into it, but I think it kind of all works the same. Again, their punishment would be for deterrence or for removing them from society because they aren't acting appropriately in society. But I think it all comes down to like anybody that likes Nickelback, they didn't they didn't choose that. They didn't. They
Right.
don't. They can't make their brain like or dislike Nickelback. They just happen to
Yeah.
like it. So
Why
if
does everybody
somebody,
pick on Nickelback?
so if somebody happens to enjoy going around and punching people and harming people, if we cannot rehabilitate them, they might need to be removed from society, but not punished because their personal pleasures are what they are. Now, anyways, we could get into that further at a different time. MZR in Faith in the comments says that he likes Nickelback. I apologize about Nickelback.
They're
Okay,
far. They're very, very far from the worst music that's been out there.
yeah, they're just fun.
Agreed.
They're just fun to make
it's just
fun
a
of.
meme. It's just a meme that got started.
Yeah.
Even if you don't think they're the greatest, there
Um,
are many popular artists that are far worse.
Yeah. So I have some notes about what we just talked about, but let's hop into the idea of how we might view a punishment. Now, this is going to be a little tricky, but so let's start with the one about an unprovoked punch in the face, which we've kind of talked about a little bit. Now, I think we should talk about the difference between how we would view the punishment unprovoked versus provoked, because Jeremy made a good point that there won't be many cases of an unprovoked punch in the face. So let's start off with Chris, and I'm going to put in the comments here some of the things that we've talked about, us senators, in messages. Here's a list of what everybody thought should happen as a punishment for punching in the face. There's a bunch of different things, like a $5,000 fine, 1 to 3 years in jail. It kind of bunched it all together in a weird way that's hard to read. 6 months in jail, community service. So Chris, let's imagine we had a case of a random person. The example I gave Jeremy, and you might have seen it in the group message, but if somebody's at a bar and they're with their girlfriend and they think some guy's looking at their girlfriend, and that's enough that makes them want to punch somebody in the face. So he goes up, he punches the guy just right in the face, breaks his nose, there's blood. So there's that situation. And then in a separate situation, imagine some people are outside, somebody throws out like a racial slur, and somebody doesn't like that racial slur, and they go and punch that guy in the face. What do you think the crime should be for punching somebody in the face? And do you think there is ever anything that verbally leads to being provoked to punch in the face that would change the crime in that case?
Yeah, I think that in this particular two scenarios, the first one feels more unprovoked since it's more of a perceived slight versus an actual using a racial slur, participating in hate speech versus just thinking someone's ogling your partner. Mm-hmm. So I feel like the first one seems more on the line of unprovoked and should be more focused towards that assault charge, or because there might be additional underlying issues with this individual. So they might need that additional levels of anger management or some form of therapy involved. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there should be more involved with their sentencing in that sense. Mm. And it should hold some more weight when it comes to stuff that's more along the lines of being unprovoked, because that could be more about the individual and what's going on with them.
Okay. Let me specify real quick with that second one. It wasn't that somebody overheard the slur and hit them. The slur is directed at them. So somebody calls somebody some kind of a racial slur, and the person that was called the racial slur punches the one that called them that.
Yeah, and in that one, I think it would depend on how we want to, if hate speech would have some form of law against it. Because then at that point, you could then try to justify the interaction through saying that the hate speech in itself is a form of violence against the first person. And then it'd be a form of retaliating, but then that's involving physical violence at that point.
So what about you? What do you think that the hate speech, if you were going to vote on it, would you call it, in a sense, illegal in our society?
I would have to say yes in that sense. I feel like hate speech. I think there's a difference between having free speech versus speech that leads to violence or calls for violence. And I feel like hate speech just falls within that, like saying it's the whole like saying fire in a crowded theater situation. Like
Okay.
using hate speech is the implication of wanting to do harm or having someone be less than human.
Okay. So go ahead and just off the top of your head, if somebody punched somebody with not being provoked, so the bar situation, tell me what you think the punishment should be for that. And then if somebody punched somebody in a society where it's illegal to say the N-word and they were called the N-word and then punched them in the face, would there be a piece of math of the saying the N-word is 5 units of bad, where punching is 8 units of bad? So the first one, the punishment would be based on 8 units of bad, but the second one, the mathematical equation makes it only 3 units of bad for the punishment. Or if it evens it out, if you view the N-word as equal with the punch, then that second one could be 0 punishment, and the first one has a set of punishment. Sorry if that was nonsense, but what would be your stance on both of those?
I think that with an unprovoked attack on somebody, there should be at least a base layer of like response to that. So like unprovoked attack on somebody, that should have at least, like, I think it could be argued up or down depending on how frequent this person attacks people. And
We'll
like
say first offense.
first offense, then I think that there's at least therapy involved. There's at least some form of self-reflection that is not just optional. I'm not sure how to best put that into space, but then I think there should also be a fine, because I feel like having some form of like reparations towards the inflicted individual, like you got to pay their medical bills for their broken nose and stuff like that. I feel like that's the bare minimum. I think it could be argued more or less depending on the severity, and or not less than, but more for the level of severity. And then for a provoked one involving hate speech, I think that one has a little bit more. I think there's more of an argument for changing how much or how less, even if it's first or a second, third, so on and so forth. Because I think that there's 2 separate crimes involved, one being the assault and one being the hate speech. And then I think that within the assault, there's the level of provoked, and then on top of it being like, this person also, is this their first time ever punching someone in the face? Like, as well as is the other person.
Because it wouldn't be legally acceptable to punch somebody in the face because they were provoked, but the provoking happened to be illegal as well. So both of them would get separate punishments. But would the provoking itself lead to, like, let's say somebody was called the N-word, they punched somebody in the face, and then after they got their punishment and their therapy, they were called the N-word by a different person and punched them in the face. Would there be a thing where eventually they should become a citizen that doesn't punch based on that type of being provoked? Or is that a reasonable reason to be provoked?
I think it's a reasonable reason to be provoked, because I feel like if you start punishing people because they get provoked by hate speech, then it's like just creating in this particular case, like a racist avenue to specifically, like, you could just have a group of people target an individual and then have that person removed because of their race in this case.
Okay. Lewis,
So
do you want to tell Chris why he's right or wrong?
Well, all right. Let me just share my thoughts on this, because I think that this issue is actually a lot more challenging of an issue than maybe it seems like on the surface, because the concept of what is provoked or unprovoked, I think, is not really clear at all, right? And so I think in a society where you have a lot of tender, snowflake, easily triggered people like we do in our society today, I think that what would constitute provoked would be very, very different from a society where people are much more, let's say, not so easily triggered, not such tender snowflakes, and so I think that this is not really an easy subject to discuss, not as easy as some may think. So I think we would first have to like really figure out what exactly is provoked, what is not provoked, like what constitutes provoked, what constitutes not provoked. I think that also there's a big difference between speech that leads to violence versus speech that calls for violence, right? So speech that leads to violence could be anything. I've seen it happen. I've seen people say things that are completely not offensive in any way that I could see, leading to violence, right? And so this ties in with like a society where there's just tender snowflakes, who are easily triggered running around like we have, versus calls for violence. I think calls for violence should definitely be seen as very different than speech that leads to violence. So I think we have to strongly differentiate between those two. And just giving, I'm going to give like some examples of a couple of examples, and then I'll try to be brief so that Jeremy can chime in here.
Yeah, I'm going to step away for like 2 minutes, but yeah, give your examples, and then Jeremy, you go next, okay?
Sure. So I have been the victim of much, like an extreme amount of violence through my childhood, physical violence and emotional violence. And I've also been punched by people in the face. So I have experience of this. I've been slapped by people, like girlfriends and stuff like this. So I think I think there's a lot of nuance in respect to like punishment for punching people in the face, right? So just one of these examples that this wasn't a friend of mine, or at least he wasn't a friend of mine until at this point. So, but we had a mutual friend, and there's 3 of us talking to this group, and this big bodybuilder type guy, big guy, punched me in the face. And now, I didn't get knocked out. I don't know. Maybe it's because I had so much violence in my childhood. It didn't faze me all that much because I was so used to getting punched in the face and getting beaten with sticks and metal bars and all these things. But anyway, it turns out that this guy who punched me in the face had assumed that I was saying something, like negative or ill will or something, not calling for violence, but of a mutual friend of ours. And so, I guess he was, in his mind, sticking up for his friend because he thought that I was saying something of ill will toward him, but I wasn't, and it turns out that we cleared it up later that I wasn't. Now, is that punch provoked or unprovoked? I'm not sure how to draw the line on that. So that's why I'm saying that these things are I think it's a lot more tricky than we think it is. And should he get the same punishment? So let's say one would call that unprovoked, right? Which I don't know. I'm not sure where I draw, how I call that. But let's say, we call that unprovoked punch in the face. Should that get the same punishment as somebody who, let's say, does this game where they've done in some of these major U.S. cities where it's a game where they punch people in the face, apparently trying to knock them out, just strangers, complete strangers. I think that each of these things has to be taken on a case-by-case basis. So I don't know. I'm just throwing those thoughts out there. What do you think, Jeremy?
Oh, there's a lot to go off here. I really appreciate both of your comments. I tend to come down on the side of.
Oh wait, sorry. I was saying something, but I was muted. Let's just keep it medium brief because I figure there's a lot for you to say here. But sorry, go on.
I tend to come down on the side of invoking the police and courts and jails or prisons as little as possible, because policing is violence, and it's itself a form of relatively unconstrained violence with a lot of parties that have potentially perverse incentives. So my reaction to what gets called hate speech, fighting words. I understand the term fighting words. I would tend to come down on the side both that the people who are using that kind of speech should not be criminally punished for that speech itself, but also that somebody who's had that speech directed at them and responds with some kind of, reasonably commonsensically proportional physical response should not be criminally punished for responding in that way either. It does definitely fall under the category of provoking a fight if you're using racial, ethnic slurs, whatever kind of homophobic slurs directed at a specific person, and then they or one of their friends starts getting physical with you, and you end up getting punched. That it's not a non-provocation just because it's only speech. The person who engaged in that kind of speech started the fight. But I don't think that the solution is to have that speech be criminalized and the punch be criminalized. I think the solution is to not let the police get involved typically, and let the physical comeuppance be the negative feedback that the person needs for being an asshole in that way. And let it be handled without the police. But I want something else that you guys made me keep thinking about is you see these news stories that are described as something like, I think there was just a recent one, person assaulted for flying a pride flag outside their store. And I'm very suspicious of these kind of stories because
Same here.
Because they describe the cause as something that's a political touchstone, but what I imagine is really typically going on is somebody's walking by the store and just makes the offhand comment like, "You should fly an American flag instead." And the store owner says, "I could fly whatever I want, asshole." And then the first guy says, "Well, if you don't love your country, then fuck you." And the other guy says, "Tough talk for a wimpy piece of shit like you." And then they get in a fight after all of that, after all of those escalations, all of those opportunities for somebody to de-escalate, and then it gets described in terms of for clicks because of the tribal political bait. It's described as if this original thing, like the pride flag, was a direct cause. Like somebody said, somebody just walked by the store and said, like, pride flag, and then just like cold cock somebody in the face. I don't think that that almost never happens. People escalate over things like that into a fight.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Let's look at a couple things. So for one, I think it is good to look at what we think is wrong with police in our society, and then we can make laws, or I guess it wouldn't be laws, but regulations, I guess, for how we want the police to not do some of those things. Similar to how I was saying, like, in a sense, we don't have to legalize marijuana because we never outlawed it in our society. We can do it based off the U.S. But in our society where we can do this and we can control, we can make choices that maybe our government isn't making. I don't think we need to say something like, let's not involve the police because they do this. I think we can look at it as, if we were to make the police exactly how we want, then would we want them involved? If, like, for example, if you think they're too violent with suspected criminals, if we were to outlaw them doing that, so when they have their body cams on, if they do a certain thing that we want not to happen, then that element can be fixed up so we can weed out good and bad cops, and therefore we might want more policing. If we legalize something, not saying that we want to do this, but if we had something more like how the UK has their CCTV thing set up, if we had basically every public area surveilled, and therefore you can see exactly what happened, what the person provoking somebody else looked like, who started the fight, who did this punch. You can catch different sexual assaults, all these different things. Then everything can be more precise. It wouldn't be just left up to police can go be bullies if they want. So we can almost treat it like, what would we do in the most perfect situation that we can control, and then what would we do if this other situation was set up. But yeah, I completely disagree with Chris and Jeremy, which is totally fine. We should have the disagreements. In my mind, I don't view words as violence. I raise my kids to, like, if anybody says any words, it does not matter. Somebody's making fun of your friends. You don't be violent to people, because different things will offend different people. When I just say "goddamn" about something, if any of my Christian friends are around, they'll say, "Please don't talk like that." So if I were to talk about how religion's stupid and anybody that believes in God is dumb or whatever, if that person punches me in the face because they're as offended or more than somebody that was called the N-word, like, regulating this type of speech, and I know you're not saying that the speech should be illegal, but accepting the physical violence, saying, hey, you deserve the physical violence because to that person you were offensive enough to them. I'm not trying to change your guys' mind. We should put it to a vote, and it goes however it goes. But in my mind, if somebody punches somebody in the face and there's no self-defense, it doesn't matter if it was 1,000% unprovoked or if it was the most offensive, harmful speech in the world. I view the punishments as equal. I think the only time that there starts to be wiggle room was there reasonable cause to view it as self-defense? Did the person not start the fight, but did they charge at you in a way where we could look at the security footage and it'd be like, okay, you punched him in the face even though they did nothing, but they were causing reason to think they were going to physically harm you.
Carson,
and so yeah,
this is fast. I consider it a major feature of my personal moral development and just growth into adulthood. Growing up as a small kid who, couldn't hold my own in a physical fight very well, that I came to realize that all this time I had powers that other people didn't, and I was hurting people, capable of hurting people, and actually did in very significant ways through words. Maybe not in the most overt case of racial slurs, but in the form of mockery and social denigration and ostracization. I was doing all of that stuff. And at the same time, as a child, as an adolescent, probably thinking that I was fully in the position of victim because I regarded only the physical sorts of interaction as a form of harm, a form of like morally relevant harm. And I think that this sort of sharp distinction is easy to come by for people who don't have a lot of physical prowess. It's not a personal, it's not an intentional personal insult, but I think people who by chance come into this world with physical prowess coming very natural to them, very very big guys, but sort of verbal and intellectual capacity for causing harm to others being a skill that they have to a lesser degree. they would see things very differently.
Gotcha. Trying to think. So okay, so here's one thing I want to do. It's going to be hard to create laws because I think, punishments, deterrence for criminal activity, because it will vary case to case. But I think it'll be good to have a basic idea, like if somebody murders somebody premeditated, this is the outcome. If somebody kills somebody like in a car wreck or something, then there's this other outcome. So I think we can have basic ideas where it'll be something like whatever we vote on and decide on. And so I think what I want to do is take a topic like unprovoked punch in the face, and then I want to create two things to choose from that are kind of an average of what like the majority of us like want. And then what we'll do is I'll send it out and we'll put it to a vote. Which one of these two do you prefer? And then the punishment for that crime will be the majority rule of whatever those two things are. So we just need to come up with two things that are somewhat close but far enough apart that people can show their differences, if that makes sense. Like punching in the face unprovoked, we could have the option of 1 month in jail or 2 months in jail, and then everybody would choose their preference. Jeremy, do you lean more towards Chris's stance on if it's first offense, it should be more like a forced bit of therapy or a class and no time in jail?
Something like that. I'm a little bit hesitant about what government tends to do. There tends to be a kickback kind of payola system to expensive therapists who, they got this good governmental gig. They might not be the best therapists. They're kind of outside of the market because they're the specific ones contracted with the state. And
well, let's imagine
people might be getting nothing out of the therapist but forced to go there and spend a large amount of money. This is kind of like what happens with DUIs. It's very hard because of the card dependence of our culture. It's very hard to take people's licenses away and really ensure that they don't drive. So
Gotcha.
there's this focus on group therapy, which tends to be really expensive, but then there's like several people for one therapist. So it seems like the therapists and whoever's involved in that bureaucracy is just raking in the dough. And I'm not sure that it's really reliably helping people to get over their alcoholism, or at least like never drink and drive. So I'm hesitant about that kind of aspect of it. But I do think people have their lives so substantially set back by even a few days in jail.
Yeah.
That loss of a job, difficulty in getting a new job, family issues that arise even from not being able to take care of your family responsibilities for one day. That anything that we can do initially to keep people out of that situation. I guess these days we have the ability for the therapy to be online. There should be some choice over therapists. We shouldn't fall prey to this punishment aspect. This beggars can't be choosers or whatever, or convicts can't be choosers. This is the therapist you get because you did that crime. That the benefits of freedom still remain as important as ever. So these people should have flexibility in finding a therapist that's actually going to address their needs.
Mm-hmm.
And again, anything that we can do to minimize the perverse incentives of prosecutors to get more convictions. And and police to pad their budgets with fines and prisons to fill their beds,
Yeah.
the better.
Okay. I'm trying to see somebody from our group that has never been in one of these wanted to join the talk, and I sent him a link, but I'm trying to see if I sent it to the wrong. If he's not on the Reasonable Vegan one, he might be on my own. Oh, I see what happened. Yep. I need to send it to him from mine. Okay.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind going if you want to keep the 4 format.
No. You're fine. I was just going to. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Let's see. I just had to send it. I was only talking from the Reasonable Vegan one, but I should have sent it from this other one.
Hey, can I ask these guys something right now before he comes on?
Yeah, go for it.
And
then I have a question for all of you after that.
So
yeah, go for it.
I especially want to ask Lewis this. The vegan guilt question. What aside from the current legal system not being on the same page as morality, what are we morally responsible for our years knowingly supporting horrific animal abuse, torture, mutilation, murders, rapes of sentient beings? If to the extent that punishment is supposed to be about anything other than future-oriented return to the best consequences, are we not in the position of societies that have to rebuild themselves after such horrific conflict that perpetrators of serious crimes have to be legally forgiven? Like the ending of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, the ending of apartheid in South Africa. It had to be a situation where people that were murderers and rapists and committed numerous assaults and other sorts of things had to be politically forgiven in the name of reconciliation. But
Jeremy, are you asking Lewis if he is for or against the statute of limitations, essentially? Because I think that would be kind of the way of looking at the vegan take on it.
Well, not directly, because some people went vegan a month ago and are still ethical vegans.
Yeah, Lewis, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. So,
if there's any aspect of retributive motivation in punishment for serious crimes, then are you and I and Carson not guilty of extremely serious crimes in our as accessories to the torture, mutilation, brutal killing,
like before we each went
so
vegan.
many sentient beings before we went vegan?
Well, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but it sounds like you're conflating what would be legal punishment and what would be, let's say, some sort of moral response, because legally, like at least in societies that I'm aware of, certainly in my society here, there is no legal repercussion to, let's say, consuming meat, right? And so I'm not entirely sure if you're asking for like what I think should be legally done, or
Jeremy, is it something like how right now it's legal to circumcise babies? Are you saying that if it becomes outlawed, then that some people might think anybody that circumcised babies in the past 10 years should retroactively be punished? Because I think I agree with Lewis that if it's not illegal, even if we find it immoral, it wouldn't affect the legal system until it becomes illegal.
Most of what the Nazis were doing within their government was not illegal. They were held accountable by, occupying forces afterwards on the grounds that it was so severely immoral that under a just system of law it would have been seriously illegal. So Nuremberg trial type situation, when that's what would seem to apply to the animal Holocaust. And then what would we be guilty for our pasts?
Yeah, real quick though, and then I do want to get Chris hopping in here too, but I threw Jeff Phillips in here. You guys might recognize him from a few debates he had with Garland Farms on like the Crucible. Although I don't know, Jeff, are you here? I don't see your image. I just see you are kind of here.
Check your
Okay.
mic, Jeff. If that we can't hear you, just in case you're trying to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe Jeffrey isn't here, but maybe he'll be here in a sec. But he's part of our society group. I don't think he's had a chance to vote on everything yet, and he hasn't been in any of the video talks. But I thought it'd be cool to throw him in here, just to see if he's going to have interest in continuing to be part of the group. So if he hops on here, we'll talk to him in a sec. Jeremy, did you want to point that question at Chris as well, the one that you asked a second ago?
Yeah, so morally, I would describe what I did to non-human animals in my past as a whole lot worse than a lot of actions that are very serious, violent crimes in our society today. I could, if I had sexually assaulted one woman a month for my entire adult life, I wouldn't have committed nearly as much unnecessary harm as I did knowingly paying for the animal products that are the result of severe torture to so many sentient beings over those years. So thinking in terms of not what the current power structure is going to do, which that doesn't seem to be relevant to my consideration, because there was a time when people could whip their slaves and not be punished for it. There was a time when people could slap their wives and not be punished for it.
There we go. Are we here?
Oh, hey, yeah.
Yeah, well, and,
So,
and Jeremy,
in terms of the punishment that's deserved, not that's expected by our current society, but the punishment that would properly be deserved.
yeah. Well, and since Chris not only in this case isn't vegan, but also was not for punishment for sake of punishment, I think that might actually answer that. But yeah, let's get Jeff in here real quick. Jeff, is your mic working?
What's going on?
There seems to be a tiny bit of delay, and by tiny I mean a large delay.
And I know that stuff is not illegal now, but
Okay.
if the vegan aliens come down and occupy us the way the Allies occupied Nazi Germany, what should they be doing? I guess this is more directed to Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jeff. Just so you know, maybe if you turn off your video, because it seems like you're buffering a lot, and so that may help with the buffering. I'm not sure.
Okay, and he's
Keep
done.
the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Lewis, I wanna ask an interesting question that basically Jeremy's asking. But let's imagine that the Nazis killed the 6 million Jews, and then afterwards they on their own decided to stop. There was no war. They killed them. They decided to stop. 10 years later, everybody in power is doing great things. Some of them are people that were the Nazis back when they killed the Jews. Some are new politicians, but everybody's kind of on board and good things are happening. If you could take the power of the U.S. to Germany and retroactively punish them for what they did to the Jews, would you do that? Or would you see everybody seems to be doing good things now, punishing for history like 10 years ago wouldn't be good? I've
never heard this hypothetical, but my immediate feeling is that yes, that there should be some kind of a punishment. At least that's my intuition. That's what I'm feeling now. Whether or not that punishment would need to be tied, to, like, let's say, deterrent. I don't know. It just intuitively it feels, and and maybe it's only because it's the Holocaust, right? So, but intuitively it feels like there should be punishment, irrespective of whether or not it's a deterrent or not. But I don't know. I haven't fully thought that out. It's an interesting hypothetical.
Yeah. Okay, Jeffrey, let's get you in here. I don't know how much you've heard of all this.
I'm
but,
really sorry about that.
fine.
I'm really good with StreamYard. I just haven't used it in a while, and I was listening on the YouTube, and so I shut that off. So anyway,
Gotcha.
yeah, I saw what you guys were talking about today and wanted to jump on. I am a libertarian or a voluntarist. I believe in no government, and I have some pretty interesting ideas about what a society would look like without government, and how crime and punishment would be dealt with bad actors in societies. But yeah, so I believe in Austrian economics, which is full-on free market capitalism. I believe the free market has better solutions to all of these problems than government or the collective or any type of authority. Because obviously, as we see now, they don't do anything right. Basically, anything that they're involved with becomes terrible. You guys were talking earlier about the punishment system here. Like when you're a taxpayer and something bad happens to you, someone does something bad to you, you take them to court. You're even if you win, in court, you're double penalized because you have to pay to incarcerate that person. So it's like the system is just completely screwed up here. And in market anarchy, which is full on free market capitalism, you would have basically like back in the day, you could hire a fire company, and so all the firemen were competing against each other to give the best product for the lowest amount of money. So we kind of need to get back to that where we have competing municipalities and competing services, because when you have government and their monopolies, things get really out of balance, and the opposite starts to happen. We start getting the worst products for the most amount of money because
Hey, Jeremy, Jeffrey.
Balance of
Hey, Jeffrey, let me pause you real quick, just because there's so many different areas to go off of. So I'm curious, without the detail of what it would look like in this governmentless society, just looking at something like in the community you're in, and I don't know what population you would view as a community that kind of controls itself, but if a stranger randomly just punched another person in the face, broke their nose, or some blood or whatever, how would you like your community to handle that situation if it's caught on film, everybody knows it happens, and it was not provoked?
Well, it's my opinion that the community, the men in the community, would find a far better solution than government. If someone gets punched, that person, the person who gets punched obviously is allowed to punch back. If not, the people in the community get together and are a lot better judge of how severe that rights violation is. Where with government, so in our society, we have bad actors, obviously. There will always be bad actors. But with government and police, you're guaranteed bad actors because the government allows, the police to hurt people and steal, basically. So without government and without police and just the community can get together, even on with topics like severe stuff like sexual abuse and stuff like that, the community is going to figure out a far better way to deal with that person than government is, because the community, that's someone's brother, that's someone's best friend.
Well, let's figure out what the
there's
community is
more.
real quick. Sorry to cut you off, but I might do it a couple times just
Go
to
ahead.
pinpoint it down. So would the community be based on almost like border lines? Like, so I live in a city called Salem, and then there's Portland, all these different ones. Would what we call a community, where the community that's deciding, would it essentially be, let's say it was Salem, which is like 10,000 people.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. Would all the adults, in a sense, have a say, and therefore, like 5 years later, the adults in that same community, if they feel different about a punishment, like when you say a community decides, is there kind of agreed upon, like that community votes in their judges, or would it just everybody gets a little pamphlet thing saying so and so punched so and so in the face for no reason? Everybody vote, and then everybody would vote. Like, what are you looking at?
Yeah, cities and borders and stuff are all made up. The community is the people around what happened. Basically, the strongest minds around whatever bad that happened, those people, the families involved, the people that were there, the people that saw it, those are the best people to deal with that situation. With government, you're calling some random who has nothing to do with the situation to show up and just
I'm leaving government completely out of it, so we can just imagine we're just talking from scratch. So like, okay, so there's four witnesses. There's 4 witnesses, and then let's say you have 5 family members of the person punched, 5 family members of the person that did the punching, and those are the people kind of like what you just described, who saw it, who's related and connected. Would somebody else that's part of that community normally, that like they live in that area and they're normally involved in community things, but they didn't witness it, would they not be involved? Or would there likely, in any case like this, be 100 or 200 people that are kind of involved?
No, I don't think anyone outside of that circle would need to be involved. Using, common law, like don't punch your neighbor, don't steal from your neighbor, our basic set of principles that we all abide by humans, that aren't forced on us by government.
There is common law. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course. You don't steal from, I'm talking with, okay, so when I say I'm a voluntarist, like I believe in my utopian land, like everyone would leave each other alone. If you, it's called the non-aggression principle. It's the axiom of non-aggression: do no harm. That's what we all do as vegans. We're doing less harm. That's the non-aggression principle, which is the main principle in libertarianism and voluntarism and anarchism. That's what we all agree to. We voluntarily go by that basic set of laws, that aren't, that aren't speeding, like speeding laws that the government makes up, like actual.
So who controls those? The common ones. Is there control at all, or is it just a?
Yeah, our consciences do. We do on our own, because we don't want that happen to us. So it's the golden rule, and like that's the one thing, like I as a libertarian am constantly pointing out to my other libertarian friends their hypocrisy around veganism. Like the government pays for the amount of meat that we have because it's so financially insane to grow animals just to eat them, because they cost so much. So when I see libertarian people talking about being anti-subsidy and stuff, but then they're keto, I'm like, holy crap. Like you realize the non-aggression principle, which we all agree to, completely goes out to animals too. Like it's completely, has to do with animals, and most of those people are in denial still about that.
Okay. So let's look at this non-aggression principle. So the non-aggression principle would say don't punch in the face. And then we got it caught on camera. Somebody punched this person in the face for no reason. They just thought they looked at him funny, so they punched him in the face. And bloody nose, broken nose. We'll call it
Yeah.
enough violence that they're not dying or anything, but they're punched in the face.
Yeah.
And then so four
rights
adults
violation.
four adults witnessed it. So we can all agree that none of us want to be punched in the face unless we do, and then that's not what we're talking about. So is it those 4 people, or are there other people like the family members of the puncher and the punchee that are going to decide like if 3 of those 4 witnesses happen to be the type of person that would say, oh, well, they can duke it out. The person that got hit can punch back, and then now we're even. Or what if 3 of the 4 said, oh, they should go to jail for 6 months because they violated this rights violation? Is it up to those 4 if there's only 4 adult witnesses?
Carson.
I would say
Am I misunderstanding?
probably no. The close group of people around what happened are going to be able to basically like adjudicate what happened and express that to the next layer of people, whether or not resolution has happened. Okay, this guy punched this dude. Now he feels bad. He's offered up some sort of financial or something. Offered up something. Like whether it completely depends what would happen next on what that core group figures out, basically, and whether this guy needs to be publicly ostracized or rejected from society, which is something I can get into when I explain more or if I ever explain what an anarchist society looks like. You're going to have these insurance-based communities that don't let everyone in, and you actually have to you have to prove that you're a good person to be there, and then you have to pay basically like a very like $2 a month for insurance that guarantees that you're going to be a good person. Otherwise, that insurance pays out the people you wronged, and you no longer have the ability to live in that city anymore, and you have to go live in a lesser city because you've showed yourself to be a bad actor. So there's a lot of really cool other ways of doing things that aren't giving this monolithic government like all the power to further make rights violations against people, because like jail is a rights violation. There's far better ways of doing things than just simply locking people up, where they tend to not become better people for the most part.
Interesting, yeah, and I think there can definitely be future talks that break that kind of thing down. You're definitely not the only one. I'm not sure if you got a chance to vote on many of the things that I've sent out, but there's another guy named Matthew that essentially I think holds the exact same idea. It seems like Jeremy might agree with the majority of it. As far as this project goes, when we view us senators as people voting on these laws and deciding these different things, it doesn't need to be the senators of a country. It could even be the idea that all the way down to the level of the 30 of us are people that live in a community where we're deciding laws only about each other, if we happen to get to that level. So yeah, but I find it an interesting conversation, and we'll probably have to have a separate one to break down all the details, but it doesn't sound like a society I would want to live in, but maybe I can be convinced by other ideas, because when I think of the idea of wanting to feel like I'm not going to be punched in the face by a stranger, it's going to be based on the idea that there is an overarching law that just says, if you punch in the face, you're caught on film, you're going to jail. That deterrent is probably why I've never been punched in the face. I've only been punched in the face on accident at a martial arts class. But yeah, what's up, Jeremy?
It's crucial to understand how much you're already living in it.
Maybe I could be completely ignorant to it too.
He mentioned insurance. That's crucial. I'm also very sympathetic toward anarcho-capitalism. I'm influenced by philosopher Michael Huemer, one of the major influences on my going vegan. And look, the analogy to insurance is exactly right. What happens when somebody rear ends you? You don't ordinarily you don't go to court. You don't have to pay for attorneys to argue before a judge of the government, and you don't have police get involved. What happens is you file a claim with your insurance company, and then they make a call to the other person's insurance company, and then they very quickly arrange something.
You know, that's great, but I don't want that for physical violence or murder or anything
Why not?
like that.
Why not? It works pretty fucking well to keep people behaving well on the roads.
I mean, I guess I'd be curious to have it tried out in a certain state or something, but the idea terrifies me.
As a matter of fact, the vast majority of road safety and good driving is not enforced by criminal law. It's enforced by insurance companies negotiating with one another and setting rates. That's just a matter of fact. And the vast majority of adherence to contracts between at least large businesses is managed by private arbitration, not by going to the government courts.
Yeah. Well, let me compare it to the car one real quick. So if I'm out and I get hit rear-ended and I call the insurance and they take care of all the stuff, then that is what it is. But if I get punched in the face and then we call insurance and that person's just whatever insurance they have is all like, oh, okay, we are his insurance company. We're going to pay you this fine. Like you get this amount of money because you got punched in the face. It'll cover your medical and then extra for your suffering or whatever. And then
then his rates go up.
The only deterrence really is his rates going up.
That's a pretty big deterrence when it comes to behavior on the road.
And then this would have to be governmental enforced insurance too, right? Because like everybody that drives has to have insurance. So if insurance is what covers physical violence, then every adult would have to have this insurance, and so this would have to be government forced.
Well, you don't have to have insurance. You can drive without it.
Well, yeah, but if you don't have insurance and you're going around punching people, then nobody would want insurance when punching people, right?
What do you mean? The punchers? The puncher would be held accountable in much worse ways if they didn't have an insurance company.
That's what I'm saying. So it's this like kind of strange thing where instead of it being a police officer shows up and somebody goes to jail or whatever, let's say it's based on fines, then it would still be controlled by the government. Now we could break it down to the level where we figured out a way not to, but even then, I'm just trying to see. I guess it would depend on the outcome. If people getting fines that happened through their insurance company, and from my experience, if you have an issue with your insurance company where you get in a wreck and you owe them more, your rate goes up. You just drop them and go to the next one, and your rate doesn't transfer over. But it might have just been my experience with one or two companies. But yes,
governments meddle
if
around
violence
with
goes
insurance
up,
rates
I would.
a lot, right?
Would you change your mind if violence went up?
Me?
If it skyrocketed? Yeah.
Or Jeffrey.
Or Jeffrey, yeah, either way.
You mean when I respond to empirical evidence about moves towards anarcho-capitalism? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if Jeffrey here thinks that he mentioned Austrian economics. I don't know if you think you can deduce everything from first principles and it's not subject to empirical verification, but I disagree with that. I think in my
anarchy land, the community would deal with most things unless those things weren't able to be dealt with by the community, and then the community would call one of these competing what's the word I need to be using? Third party? No, like competing entities that are like adjudication, like police, like in one of these places, you would have several security forces, and you would hire one of them to take care of you, basically. So if in this community you have this bad actor that's going around, let's say, punching people in the face, which is what we're talking about, and the community grabs the guy and is like, you know, this guy's either being reasonable or he's completely crazy. If he's being reasonable, the community can deal with what happens to that guy. Unless he's being crazy, then you would call one of your local adjudication companies that you've already paid for in your or you pay for with your insurance. It may be a police force that community chooses. And they would come and deal with him there would be like a second layer of, you know, well, they're either going to reject him from the city, or they're going to deal with him in any way they want. But the thing is, that's different is that in my anarchy land, you have the choice to leave this community and go to a different flavor of community, which we don't have today.
And there's no trail. There's no document that would follow you.
We have to do what they say here, no matter what. We can't opt out. In anarchy land, you can opt out.
Would there be a document that would follow you? Would there be a database or anything?
I don't know what happened, but until Jeffrey comes back.
Let me explain an idea, because he was saying that each person would have their own security group. If I was walking along the road and I saw in a park at night some woman was being sexually violated, sexual assault was going on. So hopefully it wouldn't be a thing where we would have to figure out who her security is. Hopefully there would be some local community security that could just be a generic one. We don't have to call them police, but that I could call a number and that a group of people could come and stop that person. But then if that person, hopefully they wouldn't just get a fine if they're known to do a sexual assault. It's caught on film. I would like there to be some jail time, but let's say there's not. If they just go community to community and sexually assault people and there's no paper trail, I don't know if paper trail is the right thing, but there's no like document of it. I see concern.
Information can follow people across the national borders, and
I mean, I wasn't sure. Yeah,
you got to. You know, this is a really important thing to say when talking about something like anarcho-capitalism, and privatized security agencies and law enforcement and privatized competitive courts. It's a characteristic of status quo bias to look for flaws in the proposed new system, but treat the status quo in its idealized conception. And so when people are looking for flaws in the idea of privatized law enforcement agencies, looking for difficulties or whatever, it's fallacious to compare it to the idealized, you know, middle school civics class presentation of our current state law enforcement, state court status quo. It should be compared to the demonstrated reality of our current law enforcement and court and prison system, which is really, really problematic, has lots
might be problematic
lots of severe
too.
Negative consequences.
I think it's worth challenging both.
So you're saying, Carson, you're asking questions like, well, what would you do in this anarcho-capitalist private security situation? What would you do if you got punched in the face? Well, what do you do today if you get punched in the face and you don't know who the attacker is, and the police say like, fuck it, we don't have enough resources for this, fuck you, you know? We don't really care about you because you're in a minority community in a bad neighborhood. We don't want to go to that neighborhood anyway. So just fuck off. Deal with your broken nose.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but
if you compare it to the reality of today rather than the ideal of the status quo, then anarcho-capitalist private security doesn't look as bad.
Fair enough. I'm just trying to challenge what seems like bad ideas. That doesn't mean I don't want to challenge current ideas as well. But like, so I worked at this. I worked for this company, and there was a customer that was there, a woman, and somebody ran past, knocked her down, took her purse, and took off. I made the stupid mistake of chasing him down, tackling him to the ground, and kind of holding him there. And the police eventually showed up, and they arrested him and did their thing. Now, I forgot my track of thinking. So I like the idea of there being this thing where this thing's illegal, and then you go to jail if this thing happens, and it just there's a set idea of, even though there's nuance to it, and it'll depending on different things. If you rob somebody, you probably get a certain amount of jail time or whatever. So the idea that the 3 or 4 witnesses of this thing taking place, depending on if they're super nice or not and how they want to talk with their community, it's just complicated. I don't want to make fun of the idea, but if we can't pinpoint what community means, if in one case community means the witnesses, and in another case it means the group of 100 or 200 people that are really close, that are involved with each other's decisions for their local town, there's just a lot I need to learn about it. You can respond to what I just said if you want, but aside from that, I got a couple questions to wrap it up, and I have questions for each of you guys. Do you want me to go to the questions, or did you hear anything in there that I failed at?
I just want to say that the relevant concept of community, it wouldn't be geographically defined, which is what Jeffrey is saying, but it would be sort of contractually defined, which is basically how it works with people that have different insurance companies, and then the insurance companies negotiate with each other, and it seems to me make much faster, much more reasonable decisions than government courts with the perverse incentives of the DAs and police typically do.
Gotcha. Okay. So we got to wrap it up. I do have a couple more questions just so we can have votes coming up on a certain set of things. But I like the idea of setting up a conversation where I can learn more about this idea of things being community-based. So Jeffrey, if you want to put some more input in just a sec, I'm going to ask these guys some questions, and then I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. But Chris, you were saying that in a society that's not like the one that I was just discussing with Jeremy and Jeffrey, so far in our current new society, if somebody punches somebody in the face unprovoked, there should be a government-forced therapy session or something. Now, let's say the exact same crime happens a second time. So it's a second offense, and it was unprovoked. What would you say the punishment should be for that one?
I think that with the repeat offending, we're just talking about increasing the amount of support for that individual that is state sanctioned in that sense. So, like, clearly the situation unprovoked, if it's just the same situation again, we're just talking about someone that the original therapy amounts did not work. The whatever situation that led to them being this violent individual was not successfully removed from the equation. So that means just increasing the amount of work on that individual. Like, if this is a chemical imbalance, we could look into a medical response because we didn't identify it and fix it in the first round of intervention.
I forgot I muted myself. So it would just be more therapy of sorts. It wouldn't be any fine or prison time or anything like that for a second offense.
I think that there is if they are doing this is the second time that creates a multiple incident, there might be a need for not just having them living their life and attending some therapy. I could see there being some sort of prison time involved. Not prison in particular, but jail.
Okay.
Where it's they're more monitored closely. We can assess their situation a little bit better. But I feel like that stuff, it's if it's the repeating the same situation, that it's clear that we did not understand their situation the first time. So I think that there needs to be a lot more reviewed, which just means involving more time in the process.
Okay.
I don't think a fee would be involved, just because when it comes to fees, just made to oppress the poor, and it's like wealthy individuals' fees don't mean anything to them. For poor people, it could put them in a downward spiral that could lead to even more consequences involving more infractions. Like,
Yeah. Would you view the same? I guess we don't need to get too far into the anarcho-capitalism and insurance thing, but would you view the fee the same way with the insurance? Would that mean that you're against that insurance idea they were talking about?
if it can be purchased, it can be manipulated. I'm anti-capitalistic, so like
Okay.
I see that in the sense of like you buy your own private security. You're just doing this from a position of you have the money, um, you have the privilege to actually participate in those situations. So
Yeah,
it's not
like
really
outlawing
involved.
abortion will only affect poor people.
Or like outlawing abortion affects particularly people that can have abortions versus like involving everybody in that specific case. Or like going back to the physical assault, like having that person pay fines. It's like if they are a wealthy person punching people, the fine part doesn't matter. It come down to just the time. But if that was a poor individual, now it's like
That's an
that
excellent
fine
point. Rich people could punch people and get away with it if it was only a fine. Yeah. It wouldn't be a deterrent anyways. A very good point.
Rich people can also get away with it in the current criminal courts by hiring much better attorneys.
Not in this society. No. We'll have to break that
Not in
down.
this
We'll have to break down the idea
Again,
of
when you
attorneys
compare something to the status quo, don't compare it to the sanitized civics class version of the status quo. Compare it to the real status quo.
Yeah.
How well are poor people doing versus rich people in the current state criminal courts?
Yeah, well, and as
Not
we
too
create
well.
this society, we can create what we think would be perfect, and then also we can create what we would want if the outcome was, say, like outcomes of the U.S. or something. So we can break those down and we can have different variations, because I think it is important for us to be discussing issues in the U.S. and the various countries that our members live in, but also trying to create an ideal society like the ones we're voting on. Let's go to Lewis, and then we'll have Jeremy last. I was going to have Jeffrey answer the question too, as a 30-member witness to a crime. But if he hops in, he can do that. But so Lewis, you do yours, and then Jeremy will go, and then I got to hop out of here because my wife is going to be mad. I was supposed to be in about a half hour ago.
Well, I mean, I have a lot to say about this issue, but I'm Carson. I'm wondering if you're asking for an answer to a very specific question
yes.
in terms of. Okay.
Sorry, it was the one I asked Chris. So Chris was saying first offense would be therapy, and then second offense would also just be further therapy. And what do you think the first offense would be for an unprovoked punch in the face, and then what do you think a second one would be? And then after that, I'll go to Jeffrey.
Well, I think it. What I would say would be appropriate is going to really depend on what the motivation or intention of the punching, because you can have unprovoked.
Let's say it's the example of somebody thought that another guy was just looking at his girlfriend, and that was enough to set him off.
Yeah, I would also look at the extent of the punch, because I don't think that somebody who punches somebody and there is very little damage done to as opposed to somebody punching somebody and they get knocked unconscious, possibly hitting their head and becoming paralyzed.
So let's just say it breaks a nose. There's some blood.
Breaks a nose. Yeah, I think there should be something definitely more than just therapy. And also I think that therapy and like retributive punishment are not mutually exclusive. I think you can have both. I think you can have you can have somebody in prison for under the let's say the guise of retributive punishment for the purpose of sending a message to people on the outside, like kind of a preventative thing. While also providing therapy for that individual. So I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. And I'm not saying that anybody here is claiming that they're mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
But-
For the first offense, what it'd be therapy plus
Yeah,
how much time?
some amount of time. How much time that is? I don't know. I guess if they breaking the nose.
And you
I
can
don't-
change your mind in the future. Just like
Yeah,
what would you
I'll
decide now?
I'll throw out like let's say a few months. I don't know.
Okay.
A few months. Yeah.
Now, if they went for a few months and they should be deterred from doing it again, they had therapy, and in most cases that therapy is going to help, and they're not going to do it again. But let's say somebody did do it again, like a 1 out of 50 people. Most people we're getting through to, and it's working well. But somebody comes back and they just punch a random stranger in the face again. What happens now?
I think something similar. They should probably be thrown in jail, and I'm not opposed to a different type of therapy, or let's say a different type of therapy being provided to them. But I do think
Would
that
the jail time be just the same again in hopes that does something, or would it be extended a little further?
my intuition tells me that it should be extended a little bit, and that's kind of where my intuition is leading me, is
Okay.
that it should be extended.
Okay.
And maybe the first time would be just a month. I don't know.
Okay, and the second
maybe
time,
just
like
a month,
2 or 3.
and then
Okay, let me hop over to Jeffrey because I do got to hop out here pretty soon. So Jeffrey, let's do this in the same like style of what you were talking about. So it's community based, but this event happens in front of 30 people, and you're one of the 30 people, and so all 30 people, which would be the 5 of us and then 25 others, are deciding what should happen to this person. You're all at a bar or something like that, and a guy is there with his girlfriend, and he sees some other guy look at his girlfriend, and that's it. There's no verbal provocation. It's just that he sees this guy look at his girlfriend, and he goes over and punches him in the face. It breaks his nose, and there's some blood. If you were going to throw out your opinion at what should happen to this person for a first offense, what would that opinion be? And if Jeffrey's not there, we can just hop to Jeremy.
Still
Jeffrey,
working
are
on
you there? Hopefully I didn't mute him.
Okay,
I don't think I did.
I'll give
he's
my
there.
answer if he's
Okay.
coming back. But I think it should still be based upon, like every other decision, reasonable expectation of consequences for the well-being of everybody involved. And in the case of repeat offenses,
Sorry, guys, that connection's terrible.
Oh, that's all
It's all right.
I'm going to
After
finish.
Jeremy answers his,
just
I'll
a
get you in
few
there.
seconds. So I think that it shouldn't be a mechanical increase in punishment for a number of repeat offenses, but it should probably be heavily based upon predictable analysis of the individual perpetrator. In some cases, they might be repeat offenders because whatever treatment is being offered to them wasn't ideally working for their psychological condition, and there might be other treatments to try. And in different cases, they might be assessed as somebody who has a condition like psychopathy, where we don't believe it's effectively treatable. And in that case, we might have reason to escalate into removing them from society much quicker. So I don't think it should be a one size fits all. It should be dependent upon assessment of the individual and what we can reasonably expect different interventions to do for the future.
Okay. Well, let's just say that let's either go with the psychopathy for this hypothetical, or let's go with the experts haven't broken it down to figure it out yet. So for now, you would just have to go off of everybody being kind of lumped in as a treated equal, even if there are reasons to treat differently. because a lot of that stuff will break down. We can share articles with each other. We can see what the experts are saying, and we can say, if this person has this condition, then this. If they have this, then this. And I'm looking forward to learning all of that. But until then, just an idea of if somebody should be off the streets or just get more therapy or whatever. If the first offense, punch in the face, is therapy, what's the second offense? And if you don't like that hypothetical I gave, then just go with the psychopathy.
If we're starting to think that somebody's a psychopath,
Yeah.
Then.
But their only psychopathic crime is 2 punches in the face.
We might very quickly want to move to something that would practically address psychopaths' motivations, a psychopath's response to incentives. So it might be some combination of monitoring and assurance in advance of some kind of punishment that would effectively deter a psychopath, which might be more extreme. It might just be less social, less morality based kind of interventions, and more direct, self-interest oriented incentives that are the kind of thing that in the real world
for a week.
Well, something like that. The kind of incentives that psychopaths respond to. You might want to move to that much quicker than you would with psychopathy spectrum people.
Yeah, and I think we'll vote on something more generic, and then I think we should break down. I think you're right. I think we should break down all these things, and so I'm glad to hear all those. So Jeffrey, let's go for you. I don't know if you heard when I asked before when there's connection. Okay, so you're one of 30 witnesses. Okay.
Yeah, so in my insurance-based society, if you go up and punch someone, the local security company would be notified, and they would come and start adjudicating. Your insurance company would be contacted. The adjudication company, which would be far superior to our adjudication, our government that we have now, would find the fact, get the facts, report to the insurance company, and they would figure something out. You'd either be fined, your insurance would go up, or you would be taken out of that society and forced to go live in not as nice of a place until you can rebuild your insurance in order to be allowed into these socieries.
Okay.
But like I was saying earlier, I believe the first layer should be the people in the community, the people involved. If we're in a society where we aren't trained just to pull out our phones and film and call the cops, and the strong minds and strong hands of the community are, see something happen and stop it immediately instead of calling the cops. Like there's so much, it would be so much better if we as people in the community were strong enough to do something like that. But in my anarchy land, the insurance companies and whatever local security company is involved would deal with figuring out the best thing for that bad actor.
Okay, well, let me throw out a couple ideas for you real quick. I want you to answer two questions. So let's say this scenario happened and the person got their rates raised from the insurance, but they stayed in the society, and then they committed the exact same crime again. It was a month later. They thought somebody was looking at their girlfriend, punch in the face. So I want you to answer that. But separately from that, also imagine it where instead of the fine and the raised rates, they're just kicked out of the society. They're told you can't live in this community with us. And then they wander back in drunk a month later, and they come onto this community. They go to the bar. They're 86th from the bar and shouldn't be there. And then they do the punch again. How would you? What would your opinion amongst the 30 witnesses be in both cases?
It's a little tough to speculate about what the private market in a free market society would do, like how their solutions for these things. But if the person did it again, obviously the local security company and his insurance company would figure out this guy probably can't be in this community. You know, the people in this community don't want people like that. They've already agreed on it. When this guy entered this community, he signed a contract that said that he understands that if he acts this way, this will happen. So it's not like the court now, you go to court and they figure out if you knew that what you were doing is bad. Like when you entered this, when you signed the insurance thing that to enter this society, you agreed not to do that. So if you're kicked out, finally you're kicked out, you won't be able to wander in drunk because there's a security company that's watching this society. This city, this anarchist town already has a security company that would keep that guy out.
Okay.
Okay,
so they would prevent him from coming in. If they missed him and he came in, would there be something like a deterrent, like a jail of sorts, to say, we're going to throw you in here for a night. That way this makes you not want to come back? No? Okay.
Jail is a major rights violation.
No jail.
You don't have
okay.
a right to live within a private city, but you have a right to not have your freedom taken from you.
Okay. So in the future, what I'm going to ask you when I have more time is going to be how things will be affected if people that are doing choices that normally would have us land them in jail, if when we send them to different communities, and what I mean by that is making them leave ours, then they're just going to go wreak havoc in other ones.
You're just pushing crime to a different place. It's
yeah,
like,
I want to break
up video cameras at your house. You know, it's like you're not stopping crime. You're just sending it down the block.
Yeah, and I want to discuss that with you too. Yeah, so I got to hop off here, but I just sent you a friend request on Facebook because this group, we have a big group message thing going on. So if you add me on there, I'll get you in the group message, and I'll send you the website work in progress. It's looking like this project's kind of shaping up to be a pretty fun thing because I got a few dozen people that aren't even part of it that are really interested in following the project, sharing their thoughts and bringing up law propositions. So, and half of this group are vegans and half are not vegans. We got a handful of people that are deontologists and a handful that are consequentialists. We have a handful of people on the left and people on the right. I think this is going to be a fun way to have conversations and create a society. So
some pro-choice, some not.
Yep. Yeah, we have a wild 50-50 on. Yeah. Awesome. Well, it's great talking, guys.
Hanging out in echo chambers.
Right. Yep. Awesome. Well, you guys have a good day, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Peace, y'all.
All right. Take care.